Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. We have 9 bills on the docket, and we're going to start off with Senate Bill 776. Hey, how are you? Oh, yes. Hey. How are you? Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Senator Smith, for the record, here to introduce Senate Bill 776, which is a joint resolution commissioning an independent investigation. Generally, I don't use PowerPoints, but I've used 2 this year because I think the images are so important to understand the history and to contextualize the bill that's before you. What you have is a piece of legislation that our predecessors passed. This created what was called the House of Refuge, and it was for white children who were formerly in the adult prison system. Now, this bill was passed in 1830, before the Civil War. And it was considered to be a pretty progressive piece of legislation because what it did, our predecessors understood that children did not belong in adult prisons. And so in their wisdom, they passed legislation for white children to take children, boys, out of that adult system and created this entity called the House of Refuge. Now, it was passed in 1830, but because of funding issues, didn't come online until 1855. In 1918, the state of Maryland took over the institution and renamed it to the Maryland Training School for Boys. And the whites-only facility did not integrate until 1961, and I'll get into some of that history as well. The department, this entity did not fall permanently under DJS authority until 1987. So, consequently, black youth were still being sent to adult prisons and jails, while white youth were sent to a reform school until after the Civil War, when the General Assembly passed an act, and this is the next slide here. Sandy, could I make this the main screen, please? Maybe this is it. I know what happened. Right, so they passed legislation called, it was an act to incorporate a House of Reformation and Instruction for colored children. It was called the House of Reformation and Instruction, and it was passed in 1870. So 40 years later, after white boys were removed from the institution. In 1937, the state of Maryland took over operations for the facility and renamed it Cheltenham. And the facility came under DJS authority in 1987, much like what was called the House of Refuge, which is now the Hickey School. It became the Hickey School. Neither institution, again, became desegregated until 1961. Now, the push to desegregate, I want to show you these images. It's really important. So I want to pause here until we get this up again, because I think this is actually important. Okay, great. Well, this is the prior legislation requiring the House of Reformation. So the push to desegregate happened in 1961, but the litigation actually started on February 26, 1960, when a child named Robert Myers, who's a 13-year-old boy, sued the State Board of Public Works and Welfare, and his complaint challenged the constitutionality of Maryland laws establishing the Boys Village and Maryland Training School for Boys as institutions for the care and reformation of colored minors and white minors separately. So he challenged the constitutionality of the separate facilities. Lawyers who represented Mr. Myers were none other than Juanita Jackson Mitchell, who was the first black woman to practice in the state of Maryland, and Thurgood Marshall. And this is it. This is them sitting together. I want to thank Matthew Rubenstein, who's a legal fellow in our office, who found these pictures. So they're sitting together. On July 6, 1960, the Circuit Court ruled in Roberts' favor, desegregating these institutions. So what we know is that for decades, hundreds of black children were in state custody, and they were buried on the grounds of Cheltenham. Some of the graves were marked by headstones, but many, many, many others were marked only by scattered or unmarked cinder blocks. And after almost a century of neglect, this burial ground lies abandoned. The headstones are hidden under decades of leaves and debris. And in the interim, our predecessors in the Black Caucus actually visited this site. And their experience was chronicled in very good detail by the Afro. And they have pictures, and the chair of the Black Caucus vowed to look into this and to try to understand what was happening. But the Afro, if you look back almost 100 years, has chronicled the conditions. So while I applaud the fact that the General Assembly saw the light to remove children from adult jails and prisons, the conditions in Cheltenham were deplorable. And if you ever want to take a deep dive into some of that history, I can make available some of the articles from the Afro that chronicle some of this. And this past summer, the Black Caucus took a field visit to see the site. I've been there 3 times myself, and I would highly encourage that members of this committee check it out if you have the opportunity. The burial ground is obviously very tragic. And as I mentioned, although the incidents here were chronicled and the Black Caucus then did take an interest in it, there was never a formal effort undertaken to document these grave sites in a manner that reflects the dignity and the respect that these boys are owed. And I think it's past time that we started doing that. We currently know that on the burial ground at Cheltenham, records from the 1800s suggest that the boys died from various diseases, including tuberculosis, scarlet fever, pneumonia, and typhoid fever. However, the accounts hide many more of the tragic realities that actually existed. Boys who died here died as a result of physical abuse, neglect, and by the folks that were charged as watching over them. These were wards of the state. Historical evidence speaks of a boy who was struck in the back by a hatchet by one of his teachers. Others who were locked in a cell for days with no bed, suffering from frostbite after working without shoes during the winter. Although the state estimated the number of grave sites initially was around 67 in the 1970s, new evidence shows that at least 230 children are buried at this grave site. Now, the state of Maryland can never undo the mistreatment that was inflicted on these boys, but what we can do today is ensure that they are treated with dignity and respect, and we can engage in a full effort to understand and acknowledge the tragedies that happened here. I think the state of Maryland has a solemn and moral civic duty to uncover these circumstances surrounding these deaths. The condition of the burial ground represents a profound and long-standing failure of the state to provide dignity in the death of these children, and this neglect has hidden a painful chapter in Maryland's history from public view and accountability. An independent investigation led by experienced investigators is the most effective way to ensure that a thorough, unbiased investigation is levied into the tragedy and the injustice that happened at Cheltenham. I'll note that there's so much history kind of comes together at this site. I noted earlier that there was an effort to fight the desegregation of these facilities. That was defended by the state by none other than the Attorney General at the time. And I think it's a full circle moment to have the Attorney General leading the effort today to uncover, to expose, to chronicle, and to produce to us a report of what happened and maybe a charted path forward to how we could rectify, memorialize, and provide dignity to the families and the descendants of those who were buried at this gravesite. It was really a potter's field. Gravesite, it's not really it's a charitable way to describe what exists today. So what the bill before you does is it creates an independent commission headed and staffed by the Attorney General. It will have commissioners that consist of a member appointed by the Senate President, a member appointed by the Speaker of the House, the Attorney General or his designee, the Director of the Maryland Historical Trust, the Secretary of Veterans and Military Families or their designee, because the gravesite is actually on that military site, the gravesite. Again, that's another good juxtaposition of there's literally a demarcation line between these two grave sites. The veteran site is well maintained and pristine, as it should be, to revere those who served our country in uniform. But just next door, you just have overgrown forest. And if you walk through, you'll see this. This is what the majority of the gravesite looks like, or the Potter's Field looks like. Most of the graves are only marked by cinder blocks, unmarked cinder blocks, and there are rows of them. And so this commission will hire out folks that are going to do genealogical research, do excavation, exhumation, records research, and understand who is there and if they have living relatives, and help us paint the picture of what actually happened. The chair of the Prince George's County Planning Board will also be on this commission. The Secretary of Juvenile Services or their designee, the Chief Archaeologist of the Department of Transportation or their designee, State Archivist, the Secretary of General Services or their designee, and so on. There are about 15, 16 members of this commission. So with that background and context, and in the moment of time that we are in historically, nationally, in our state, I think this is a great opportunity for us to capture and embrace this tragic history and to teach it. The bill also calls for education in the future, so that future generations of Marylanders understand their history, so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, and that we provide the proper reverence and dignity to those who suffered at the hands of a state entity. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'll pause here and ask the committee for a favorable report and turn it over to my panelists and stand by for questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Zanita Wickham-Hurley, Deputy Attorney General with the Maryland Attorney General's Office, here in strong support of Senate Bill 776. I want to begin by expressing our profound gratitude to Chair Smith for his steadfast commitment to this bill and the children that it honors, to the Legislative Black Caucus for ensuring this history receives the attention and urgency that it has long deserved, and to the Department of Juvenile Services for its willingness to confront a painful chapter in its institutional legacy. As Chair Smith mentioned, somewhere between 200 and 300 Black children, some as young as 5 years old, died at the House of Reformation in Cheltenham, where they endured brutal conditions, including beatings, neglect, and forced labor, while their white counterparts were educated in facilities that received nearly double the public funding. Today, their graves sit largely unmarked, and that is a silence that compounds this original injustice. Senate Bill 776 is Maryland's opportunity to say that these children deserve better. Confronting this history also means acknowledging that the fight for equal treatment of Black children in our justice system is not over. The Office of the Attorney General is committed to bringing the same rigor and compassion to this commission that we brought to our audit of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and our support of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That means engaging qualified experts, building a full and honest historical record, and centering families and descendants throughout the process. We are grateful to the Department of General Services for securing over $400,000 to get this work underway, but we want to be transparent. Those funds will not likely be sufficient to complete the commission's full mandate. The OAG will aggressively pursue additional funding, but sustained appropriations will be essential. In closing, these children deserve better from the state. While this commission will not undo what happened, it can begin the work of acknowledgement, accountability, and healing that they and their descendants have long deserved. We urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 776. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Smith and members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for sponsoring this vital legislation. For the record, I am Tiana Davis, Executive Director of the Office of Equity and Inclusion at DJS. I am here today in strong support of Senate Bill 776. At DJS, we anchor our work in a hard truth. Maryland's youth justice system is shaped by a history of segregation and racial oppression. That reality is not just history, it's a current crisis today as we continue to see a disproportionate number of Black and brown youth funneled into our facilities and programs. I first learned of the House of Reformation through reports, but I did not fully understand our sacred duty until I stood on that ground where history has a voice. I could hear James Jones and John Dick, who we believe to be buried in that space. Standing there, I could hear so many voices. I wished I could give them all a hug that children deserve and that I know they must have cried out for in their suffering and fear. While we can't do that any longer, what we must do is say their names, tell their stories, and make sure these horrors never happen again. DJS has secured $200,000 grant. We've partnered with the Department of Transportation to secure a historical roadside marker, and we've integrated this history into our staff training. This truth-telling deepens our resolve to keep striving toward a system where a young person's race no longer predicts their outcomes. I fielded extensive interest on this topic from historians to hair salon owners, which really underscores to me that this must be a collaborative and community-driven effort. Dr. Cornel West once said, "Justice is what love looks like in public." The state of Maryland owes these young people some hugs. Please send a message that Maryland cares about justice for Black children by returning a favorable recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the time, and Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing the bill. Questions for this panel? Senator West and then Senator Sidnor.
Mr. Chair, could I talk briefly with the sponsor of the bill? This is clearly an important piece of legislation, and it's long past overdue. My only concern about the bill is requiring the Attorney General to do the work. Is there any, in your opinion, is there any chance that this bill might lead to either criminal charges or civil litigation resulting from the results of the study that's done by the Attorney General?
No, so I think that the Attorney General is the appropriate spot. One, because they have a past record of performance with the Truth and Reconciliation Council, the lynching project, the report that came out just a few months ago, or maybe a month and a half ago. So they have a past record of performance and expertise in doing something like this, which also shows that you can, that they can isolate if there are any potential conflicts of interest. We talked about this in terms of statutes limitations for any sort of underlying criminal activity or even civil liability. And the Attorney General should something arise, which is not likely in terms of
because these things happened so long ago.
Because they happened so long ago.
People who did it are dead.
And so too are the people, the victims, although
right.
you know, wrongful death action can be brought by descendants. But it's highly unlikely, but should that occur, there are, and Ms. Hurley is the proper person to really expound on this because she does this. But there are procedures to isolate and to prevent those conflicts of interest.
What are those procedures?
We are the largest public interest law firm in the state of Maryland. We represent the people as well as every branch of government and many departments. And so it is not the first time that we would have to address conflicts of interest internally. And we set up conflict walls, and we wall off attorneys who represent agencies from the work of investigating those agencies. That's what we did with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner audit, and that is what we would do in this case.
So I'm trying to figure out how this would work. So the Attorney General's office has conducted the investigation and has determined who was responsible for this and exactly what happened. And then descendants file wrongful death action against the state of Maryland for having done this. The Attorney General's charged with representing the state of Maryland in those sorts of cases. Is it not logical that in connection with those cases, wrongful death actions are not criminal, they're civil, there would be discovery? And isn't it possible that the Attorney General would be on both sides of the issue, coming in as a witness for the plaintiffs to discuss what the Attorney General unearthed in the investigation, and also representing the state of Maryland? And you're saying that there are procedures in the office which would deal successfully with the conflict that would inevitably arise in such a situation?
We believe so. And just, a point of clarification, we would oversee, with the leadership and the consensus support of the commission, the independent investigation. So we would not be the office itself conducting the investigation. We would hire independent investigators with the approval of the commissioners.
Okay, but you're quite comfortable then with these conflict walls that you could erect in your committee, in your organization, the Attorney General's organization, to make sure that any conflicts would be appropriately dealt with, so they would not be subject to attack in court as being inadequate?
Yes, we are. Like I said, it would not be our first time having established such conflict walls.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sidnor.
Just, if I can, just to follow up with Senator West's line of question. I remember, I think it was in 2018 when I had introduced legislation with regards to the HBCU litigation that was going on. We had, the initial legislation that I put forth created a special advisor that was outside of the General Assembly. So it's, again, just to confirm with what you just said, you all think that the Attorney General's office is sufficient and independent enough to essentially, it looks like almost leading this particular commission?
Again, I say yes, and I stress 2 points here. One is the historical nature of the work, the fact that we would be hiring independent consultants to conduct the investigation upon the authority of the consensus of the commission. But yes, those 2 points, distinguishing perhaps other situations of ongoing current investigation of clients. Here we think we are comfortable that the conflict walls would be sufficient.
For the sponsor, one other question. I was looking at the appointments and I think it's about 13 designations and then up to 6 by the Attorney General. I'm curious, why'd you bifurcate it like that? And instead of just kind of having the Attorney General
chair?
Oh, well, here the Attorney General's picking 6 members on HBCU civil rights. Why not just put it in there instead of having them pick members of these classes? The Attorney General's chairing the commission, so. So if you look at, I'm reading wrong, like page 3, lines 25, 26, up to 6 members of the general public appointed by the Attorney General that shall include?
Yes.
The question I was asking was, why not just make them a part of, instead of having them pick, why not just, like we usually do?
No, the rationale is just that the Attorney General is chairing that commission, and so there's a little bit more guidance from that office because they're chairing the commission. But these are obviously happy for suggestions or changes. That's not something that is a sticking point.
And the questions have absolutely nothing to do with what I believe is an essential bill that should be put forth.
I appreciate it.
But thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sidnor. Any further questions for this panel or the sponsor? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for joining us. An important presentation. Mr. Chairman, next we'll take whatever you prefer, but I have Senate Bill 823. No, take your time. While the chairman's getting his binder on that, Mr. McKesson, do you want to come up? And then we'll do favorable with amendments after that.
What's up, man? 822. All right, again, for the record, Senator Smith here to enter into the record Senate Bill 822, which is to improve the process of how we appoint our commissioners for the Parole Commission. Now, by statute, there are 10 parole commissioners that review cases every single year. In the Judicial Nominations Committee, we just approved, I think, 2 or 3 of the latest appointees. I think when they go through on the Senate floor, we're going to be at our full complement of 10 commissioners, which is actually the first time in a very, very long time that that's happened. Very, very impressed with the work that they're doing under this administration. So this bill seeks to provide more transparency and independence in that process. Right now, the way a commissioner is nominated, they're selected by the Department of Corrections Secretary with input and approval by the Senate and the governor. And their task is to conduct hearings for murder and life sentences. They hear cases as a panel of 2. They may hear other types of cases alone if they're acting as the examiner. The way that this works is that the majority of the cases that come before the commission are actually handled by examiners. Examiners and commissioners are statutorily required to have the same qualifications, so that they're basically on parity in that regard. But the examiners do the lion's share of the work with regard to reviewing these cases. Today, approximately 6,000 currently eligible people will have their hearing decided by a commissioner. There are 15,000 or so people that are currently eligible for parole in Maryland, roughly speaking. 6,000 will be heard by a commissioner. The remaining 9,000 currently eligible people will have their hearing decided by a single hearing examiner. And those hearing examiners are chosen directly by the department, the Secretary of the Department of Corrections, without input from the governor or the Senate. And just to be clear, that the hearing examiners could conduct all those hearings other than murder and for life sentences. So the bill before you makes a number of changes in the parole process to create a fair process and allows for more transparency into the system and its functioning. The changes bring the system into alignment with the policies employed by other states and bring critical improvements. So what the bill does is it sets forth a rehearing schedule, a date certain for 3 tiers of offenses or sentencing. So if you were sentenced to a 10-year sentence, you get a hearing 2 years or later, a rehearing 2 years later. You're guaranteed to have that hearing. If you have a sentence of 10 to 20 years, then it's 3-year increments. If you have a sentence for 20 years or more, then it's 3 to 5. 38 states have automatic scheduling for parole hearings, so we're out of line with the majority of the country. 7 states have annual parole hearings for all parole-eligible individuals. That's Hawaii, Iowa, Mississippi, Nebraska, Vermont, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. And 13 states have annual parole hearings for some but not all parole-eligible individuals. So the process is the bill requires, so that's one thing. That's part 1 of the bill, is that it required scheduling for these tiers of sentence. And then it changes the process and improves upon it, makes it more transparent and full-throated for the incarcerated individual. The bill requires hearings to be recorded, and that those recordings are going to be retained for 3 years. Requires the parole commissioners to consider the original victim impact statement in addition to an updated victim impact statement. We worked tirelessly with victims' rights advocates, with the parole commission, and with multiple stakeholders, the public defenders, the state's attorneys, to come to the list that's before you of reforms. The bill requires that all copies of all the relevant documents available to the incarcerated individual are given to them before the parole hearing automatically, rather than upon request. The default position now is that you have to request that information. This bill makes it automatic. The bill also requires the reasoning and justification for a vote to approve or deny parole made available to the public. The reason why the rationale is important for the incarcerated individual is so they can see how they can improve or curtail or change their behavior, or what benchmarks they need to meet in order to have potentially a more favorable outcome at their next scheduled rehearing. The bill decreases from 21 to 14 days the time for which the report recommending parole denial or parole be completed, and requires that such report includes the reasoning and the justification for those recommendations. 27 states in the nation require justifications for these decisions to be given to the incarcerated person, and 12 states make those justifications public. The third thing the bill does is it requires a new reporting, annual reporting. The bill specifies that information that needs to be recorded in the annual reporting includes number of cases where parole was granted, number of cases where parole was denied, and the reason for that denial, the number of individuals granted administrative leave, the number of hearings held and the purpose for each, the number of parole-eligible individuals who have not been granted release, and so forth. The justifications and rationale, we talked about that earlier. The bill before you should include 5 amendments in the packet, which we can review later on, but based on the discussion with advocates, there are 2 amendments in the packet that will make 5 different modifications. One adds 2 pieces of information to the annual parole commission report, and that's the number of administrative reviews and the number of parole revocation hearings and the outcomes of those revocation hearings. Second, it specifies that before a parole hearing, the inmate shall be provided the case plan, the pre-parole summary of the case manager's recommendation. The original version of the bill already required provisions of relevant documents, but the amendment specifies that certain relevant documents, so these documents specifically. The third recommendation requires the panel making the parole decision explain the reasonings and the justification for that decision. This is a minor change requiring an explanation of the commissioner's vote to an explanation of the panel's decision, if that were to be the case. And finally, the final 2 changes are that it changes the period of time in which an inmate or commissioner of correction can challenge the hearing examiner's report from 5 to 30 days, or kicks it out to a month. And then finally, the amendments clarifies that a recording of the parole hearing, which must be provided to the inmate under the bill, must be provided free of cost. Right now, there's a cost associated with it. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I offer this bill for your consideration. I'll turn it over to my panelist, Mr. McKesson, and then I'll stand by for questions.
Committee, it is an honor to be here. I'm DeRay McKesson, the Executive Director of Campaign Zero, a social justice organization focused on ending mass incarceration and police violence. We bound the backup that we submitted, and I think you have it at your desks. But I'll just focus on a couple things that Senator Smith talked about. The first is, remember that the parole process in Maryland is a closed process, so it is unappealable outside of the parole process itself. The second thing to remember is that most people navigating it are navigating it alone without advocates or without support. So that is incumbent on us to make sure that it is fair, that people have access to information, and that it is clear. There's also just a loophole in Maryland state law that the eligibility for parole is very clear, but the law actually does not grant anybody the right to a parole hearing, which is a problem. So this bill would fix that. So it would make a predictable parole hearing schedule for people. Right now, you sort of get a parole hearing when you request one or when the parole commission decides, on a schedule that they don't quite understand either when we've asked about it. The second is around the annual report. So the law does require an annual report. The law doesn't say what should be in the annual report. As the backup that we provided, that's actually not in the binding, but it is the separate binding. We just show you every time we've asked the department for any number pertaining to the parole process, they give us a different number. So there's also a different number in the fiscal report to this bill that we have never seen before about the number of parole hearings. This would require the department to just list a consistent set of data every year, which they do not do today. When you look at the annual reports that get put out, there's 1 page of data and then 10 pages of prose. And the last thing is that it would provide incarcerated people with their files automatically. Right now, there are many parts of the process that incarcerated people have to request. And as you can imagine, that is cumbersome to do when you're incarcerated. So that is just a snapshot of some of the key parts of this bill, but we have the full backup that is in the bound copies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKesson. Senator Folden. Oh, Senator Sidnor and then Senator Folden.
Thank you very much. Senator Smith, I believe there are, the Maryland State's Attorneys Association and the Maryland Crime Victims Resource Center have both entered testimony unfavorable. And it looks like one of the through lines that they're both talking about is victim impact. Mr. McKesson, in his testimony in this document, it speaks about victim impact.
Yeah.
And I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to them while you're here. I mean, they seem to suggest that this harms victims, but you testified that there are 20-some states that already do this?
Yeah, so various components of the bill, but there are 38 states actually have this automatic scheduling or predictable scheduling for the rehearing. That's bifurcated by 7 states for annual, have annual requirements for a rehearing, and 13 states have annual parole hearings for some but not all parole eligible individuals. But 38 states have a regularly scheduled rehearing format.
So would there be any, I mean, do you believe that there should be any pushback towards this narrative that the victims are unnecessarily harmed with this particular process?
Yeah, I think, no, so actually, we worked, and I want to thank actually, Delegate Embry, who really has had this bill for at least 2 years. She did a lot of the groundwork with the advocates and victims' rights advocates. And so I don't want to belittle their concerns, but we did work very closely with them to ensure that not only was the original impact statement included and considered, but also new impact statements included. And obviously, the victims have the ability to engage in that rehearing process to register their protest. And so I'm sensitive to the victims and their families. The argument that the state's attorneys bring forward is that the rehearing schedule just rehashes the event. And I'm sensitive to that. But I do think a semblance of predictability and understanding that this is what the process works like provides some semblance of comfort just to understand how the process will work and will give those families the ability to engage as they see fit or not.
If I might ask Mr. McKesson for a more global perspective, I mean, if your organization has been looking at this, I'm assuming nationwide, has there been issues in these other states that might rise to the level of concern that the Maryland Crime Victims Resource Center and the state's attorneys are pointing out that, I mean, what have you found?
Yeah, so we met with the victims groups about this, and their concern is that in Maryland right now, victims get notified every time there's a hearing. And they are like, if we make a hearing schedule, that they will get a lot more notifications. That's like the gist of their concern. And what we're saying to them is that right now, you don't know when you're gonna get the notification because there is no predictable schedule. So if we make a predictable schedule, at least everybody will know sort of what the time frame of a rehearing might be. Whereas right now, it is just unpredictable. When we look at the data in the state of Maryland too, remember that all parole hearings are closed, but if you're a victim, you can request it to be open, you can attend, and you can speak. Like I said before, we don't really know how many hearings happen in the state of Maryland, but the numbers that they've given us about how many victims request to participate in that process, they've given us different numbers every time, but both numbers are in the 60s. So if there are 4,000, 5,000 hearings, it's about 60 people in a given year who choose to participate in those hearings. And then in the packet, we do note that in Maryland, victims have a substantial role in the process, somewhat more than other states. There are other states that give supporters a role in the process, which Maryland does not. So they will get a notification, they'll get a victim impact statement that they can send, but they also can request that it be open and attend.
And that's what I was trying to figure out in comparing other states to Maryland and notification and the like. So thank
victims are heavily involved in Maryland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Folden and then Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, so I don't know if this is the right time or bill to, I mean, you've got this one and then you have the next bill, but I don't know that this, one of my concerns is going to be addressed kind of in between the two. So
okay.
I guess we could just, one of my concerns is, and I've been very vocal about this, is that where else in the appointment process do we have like the secretary alone just doing an appointment for a position that that's very important.
Look, I got to tell you, look, I don't know the answer to that question. If and when it exists, it's exceedingly rare. But
Yes.
it takes away, so I don't want, that's the next bill, but there's a connection between the two.
Sure.
I do think, and I want to preface my comments by saying that I do think that the chair of this commission, the Parole Commission, has done a fantastic job. And the new commissioners that have been offered up, that have been subject to our review and approval in the Senate are great candidates. That being said, in the past, there have been several vacancies on that commission, and there have been a number of folks that have been promoted from within, and I don't think with the requisite oversight. And
I'd agree.
From this body.
So I just, and on this, I'm looking at, the statistics of like the releases, and I'm looking at, the 10 positions, and there was vacancies.
Yep.
But, we have a process that we only allow the Secretary of Corrections. And it just seems like an outlier to me. It seems like a really weird anomaly. Everybody else, every other section it's the governor appoints these, and then they come in front of the Senate,
Agreed.
Appointments selection. So I just find that, and when I look at this, and I'm looking at the current examiners under, confidential names, but looking at their background, it's apparent to me that there's a lot of,
Yep. Thank you.
I don't want to say quid pro quo, but a lot of people that are former DPSC employees which is where the current secretary came from, who are now parole commissioners. So I think it's highly inappropriate. And I think that and when I'm reading through this and I'm speaking, I'm looking at the responses given to them when they were asking for numbers of releases, and they were talking about how they don't track that data in one of their responses. Like they don't track the disposition of the hearing requests versus those released. This is a consistent problem under this current secretary, and it's not the first time that we've seen this. So I know this is, but I would like to see it, I know it's a mix of the two, but I would like to see us do something far better than what we're doing. And I agree with you moving this measure forward. I just don't know. There's been a lot of damage done by, I'm not speaking about their character, I'm not speaking about, but this favoritism that's come in, and it's painfully obvious in this graphic, is not okay.
So, look, you have the same set of data that I do, and the data are what they are. And what I think where these two bills complement each other is, one, you're going to get more information and granular reporting on the rationale
Agree with
for
that.
how they work.
Yep.
And then on the other side, you're going to get more oversight and public accountability with our body playing a central role.
No, I appreciate that. I'll mention that.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm kind of like doing the mix here because I'll just save it for the next bill. But I just, we can put too many layers into the selection process, which is my concern.
I get that.
But there's no accountability to the secretary for
the commissioners being
commissioners when, unlike an elected governor or somebody like that, where there's a recourse by the population to say, hey, we're not happy with how that's been moving. There's no accountability, and that's what we've seen, and the lack of proper oversight, the lack of administering proper, policy and of employees is not a new issue for that department. So I don't like seeing in black and white now the apparent favoritism that has happened there.
Yep.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chairman, the thing that strikes me about this is this bill and the next one. I assume your other bill will be taken next.
That's correct.
Yeah. So these two bills both dramatically affect the State Parole Commission, and yet the Parole Commission is not signed up to testify one way or the other on these bills. Do you have any reason to understand why they are totally absent from these hearings?
I don't want to speak for them, but I will say that we've worked with them extensively, as has my cross-file Senator Delegate Embry has worked extensively with them. And I'll put this: if they had strong opposition, it would be voiced. This piece of legislation, I think, dovetails with their goals, and the one that we have before us right now, 822, dovetails with their goals and their operations and their aspirations. So I think that's a good thing. But we have worked with them to develop this, and we've been in constant contact with them.
I will say that the immediate past chair of the Parole Commission, David Blumberg, has been an exceptionally close friend of mine for about 50 years.
I loved his jackets, too. He had the best blazers. Yeah.
I'm not nearly as flashy as he is, although sometimes if you look at my socks, you would disagree with that statement. And I have the greatest respect for David and believe that he's done his very best to run a tightly run, effective, excellent organization. I noted in the fiscal note that the Parole Commission currently conducts approximately 4,800 parole hearings per year. For only 10 commissioners, that's a lot of parole hearings. And I understand from conversations that they work really hard. This is not a phone-it-in job. This is a 9 to 5 or longer, 5-day a week, 365-day-a-year job to being a parole commissioner. So my question is, how many additional hearings is this bill likely to produce annually? And how in the world are the 10 parole commissioners going to be able to squeeze more hearings into their schedules? And maybe Mr. McKisson would be a better person to answer that.
I'll start real quick, and then I'll get it off, because I want you to definitely make sure you do this. But as I talked about, of the, let's say there are 15,000 or so eligible, the hearing examiners do the lion's share of the work, not the commissioners. So the hearing examiners are really the kind of the workhorse. There are certain cases that only commissioners are qualified to handle, but hearing examiners do most of them. And in speaking with the commission, they are able to digest this workload on this schedule because this is part of what they're already trying to do anyway. When you have the complement of commissioners, but mostly the examiners are doing the most of the work, this is something that they can handle. Okay. But if you want to.
And the way the law is written is that commissioners do anybody convicted of homicide and anybody with a life sentence. Everybody else is heard by a hearing examiner. So the hearing examiners do the hearings for everybody else. They write up the notes and send it to a parole commissioner. So that's like the structure.
So the commissioners read the recommendations of the hearing examiners and then deliberate and then vote one way or the other.
Correct.
Okay.
They don't have a face-to-face with them. But your question is a question we had about workload. We met with the commission. It is not clear how they schedule hearings now. So when we propose this 2, 3, 5-year cycle, I think they too are sort of interested in how it'll be implemented, because right now we ask, like, how often do people get hearings, and they just don't know. So there's no data about it. But they have seemed to suggest that they could implement it, which is why you see in the fiscal note there's actually, in the fiscal note they say 4,800 hearings, but every time we've asked, we've never heard 4,800. So we are also unclear how many hearings happen in a given year is a number that they don't know and we don't know either. So we have been working with them trying to figure that out.
Okay, and is it also your understanding that the reason they're not here testifying one way or the other on this bill or the next bill is because they think the bills are pretty good, as opposed to someone in the administration has told them not to come?
Oh, I don't think it's that. No, we met with them. I mean, they had a lot of feedback on the bills for sure when we met with them. I think that these are process improvements. They are actually undergoing a rewrite of COMAR right now inside the department. So, for example, COMAR says that there are 7 parole commissioners. The law says there are 10. So they're doing like a true up of COMAR now. So I think that they're reviewing a lot of the processes. When we talk to the commission, we have been told historically that they deny people parole by just never having a hearing. They are like, we don't do that anymore. When we propose this schedule, they are like, we're trying to move towards a schedule. So I don't think it's that they were told not to come. I do think that, and they agree with us, that the annual report should probably have, what should be in the report. So some of these things are not as contentious as they might have been. I think that they would love to retain the power to, I don't know if they love the committee structure because they have a lot of power right now. It's only Maryland and Kansas where the Secretary of Corrections appoints the parole commissioners. So this would remove that power. So I don't know if they love the next bill's proposal, but I don't think they're here because they weren't told to be here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just to clean that up too, I mean, that's absolutely right, but, you know, I want to make sure I'm fair in my representations. Like, this bill, I know that, you know, more supportive of and have been really engaged. The next bill, I know that there's probably some discomfort with the next bill. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator James.
Hi, thank you very much. This is indirectly related to the bill, especially if you're involved in both, but I just did a little research on Campaign Zero. You know, they had 4 founders. It looks like they all broke apart. There's been a number of lawsuits. And I'm looking at a New Yorker magazine article. So with all that, which is not a lot, what I'm trying to figure out is where does your expertise come from in you know, being involved in this initiative? It looks to me like originally it was about police reform and some IT and mapping of where police violence occurs.
So why don't we let...
Things like that. So all I wanted to know is just, do you have a board of people that you do research? Do you have researchers, experts, or just, you know, how do you come to be involved in this? Very, very briefly, and then you can certainly follow up, because I don't expect to talk about this at length here.
I appreciate the question. I started out as a middle school math teacher in East New York, Brooklyn. I'm from
I'm talking
Baltimore.
about Campaign Zero.
Yeah, I know, and I was the chief of human capital in the school system in Baltimore before going back full time to Campaign Zero. So we managed a couple things around the process around police accountability in criminal justice. So we manage the only database of police violence in the country. So if somebody is killed by the police, we manage the only database of that. The Washington Post used to do that. They don't do that anymore.
Right.
And the federal government has never done that. We also wrote the text of the criminal justice reform bill that this legislature passed. So we did the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights and the ban on no-knocks and some other things here in this legislature. We also passed 25 bills in 25 states restricting use of force in 2021, 2022, the largest reduction of the power of the police in American history. And we've passed over 500 policies around use of force in the country. But with parole specifically, we are one of 2 organizations that has done an analysis of every parole system in the country. It's us and the Prison Policy Institute that we work closely with. There are 17 states that do not have parole, do not have active parole, as in there was a date by which they no longer grant parole to those people. We work with those states as well to bring back parole, but with regard to this, and we put the backup in the binder, we have done an analysis of every parole system across 18 levers.
So, and again, follow up afterwards in writing, but just would like to know the structure of your board, the experts that you work with, if they're directly employed by you, or if you work with other organizations and derive their expertise.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator James. Thank you, Mr. McKesson. All right, seeing no further questions, we'll now move to the favorable with amendments. Ms. Moyd, Ms. Pack, Ms. Hilliard. That's right. I didn't realize this went on to a second page. We'll also take Ms. Johnson and Mr. Sexton. If you signed up for favorable with amendment, please come on up.
So I think they're signed up for 823, and then are you signed up for 822? I think everyone's for 823 actually. So.
I'm sorry.
I did sign a favorable for 822.
Here you go. Good. Come on. Are you on? Elizabeth?
Okay. So here's who I have signed up favorable with amendments for 823.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's the next bill.
Yeah, we're on 822.
But they said that we would.
I see that. I apologize.
Sorry, they're overlap a lot.
Nope, I got it. So Ms. Hilliard, why don't you come up for 822?
Sure.
And then we'll take Mr. Wolfgang on the unfavorable. My apologies.
That's okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Elizabeth Hilliard with the Office of the Public Defender. I'm not going to reiterate everything that the Senator and Campaign Zero already highlighted about the importance of this bill, but what I do want to emphasize is where this bill came from. And I know the senator mentioned Delegate Embry's hard work over the years. She's been working very closely with members of MEJC, which was the collaboration that really brought together most, if not all, of the stakeholders throughout Maryland on these issues. Basically, every Friday morning at 9 a.m., I got to witness, well, that's not true, I did not always attend, but when I was able to attend, I got to witness members from the Parole Commission, from DPSCS, from the community, from individuals who had previously been incarcerated, from advocates throughout the system, come together and talk about ways to improve our parole system. We all recognize it's broken, and it's also incredibly complicated, which means fixing it is a challenge. I think, and especially with the amendments that Delegate Embry has introduced, and my understanding the senator is adopting, this bill really strikes that balance in a powerful way that will ensure that we improve our parole processes without restricting the rights or the oversight that is important in these systems. And that's all. We urge a favorable report on 822 with the amendments from Delegate Embry.
Understood. Questions for Ms. Hilliard? All right, seeing no questions, we'll now move to the opposition. I see Mr. Wolfgang. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Kurt Wolfgang. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Crime Victims Resource Center and have been with the organization for more than 40 years. First, let me say that no one consulted our organization about this legislation, and I'm sorry that they did not. We may have been able to voice some of our concerns behind closed doors. I obviously have the greatest respect for the chair and maybe start with one positive. I think it would be a wonderful thing if the Parole Commission would report their processes better than they do. And so we're not really opposed to that portion of the bill. But here's something that we have tried to get across to the members, both here and in the judiciary, and we're not doing a good enough job to do it. If you don't get this, you don't get it. I promise you, when someone close to you is violently victimized, you will get it instantly, and that is that those people who are victimized should not be dragged back in for proceeding after proceeding after proceeding. We have in the past had in front of you two victims I'll just bring to your attention. One of them, Chuck Schilling, who has testified before you that his journey included 43 different times that he was in front of the Parole Commission or court in an effort to keep the murderer of his mother in prison. You also heard the testimony of Brittany Green from Charles County, who was 8 years old when her mother was knifed to death. And Brittany said to you and both committees, how long do I have to go do this? How many times do I have to go back to court to ensure that the person who murdered my mother stays behind bars? Brittany
Thank you for your testimony, Mr.
no
Wolfgang.
longer comes.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Questions for Mr. Wolfgang? All right, seeing no questions, thank you so much for testifying here today. We now will go to Senate Bill 823. Senator Smith, Mr. Chairman, you and Mr. McKesson once more.
Thank you very much. All right, Senator Smith here to enter into the record Senate Bill 823. And this is the bill that we alluded to and during our last conversation with Senator Folden. Maryland is an outlier in this regard in terms of the appointment process of the commissioners. Maryland is one of only 4 states in which the governor does not have an appointment power over the parole commissioners. So one of only 4. In most states, the governor has the sole authority to select and appoint all parole commissioners. Currently, parole commissioners are individuals who are charged with making critical release decisions for thousands of incarcerated individuals and people every year, and they're only chosen by the Secretary of Public Safety and Correctional Services, with little transparency into that process for choosing its members, as we were talking about before. So implementing a nominating commission to choose from a list of nominees from the governor's consideration is consistent with policies employed by other states and aligns the appointment process with like the judicial nominations process. It kind of mirrors that. There are several other boards and commissions that also mirror that process in the state of Maryland. So the bill makes two changes to the process for appointing members of the commission. Appointment power is given to the governor rather than the secretary. And then the governor's appointees will be chosen from a list of nominees prepared by a panel consisting of the following individuals: the executive director of the Maryland Police Training Standards Commission, the Secretary of Public Safety and Correctional Services, the public defender, the president of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, 3 service providers from the fields of mental health, substance use treatment, vocational and educational training, or community organizing appointed by the governor, the state superintendent of education, the president of the National Association of Social Workers, or their designee, 3 members of the general public appointed by the governor, 1 prisoner's rights advocate chosen by the governor, and 1 victim's rights advocate appointed by the governor. This process, this commission would come up with a list of folks, then the governor would appoint, and then the Senate would have the ability and the responsibility to confirm those appointees, just as we do through every other major appointee in the Executive Nominations Committee. The proposed commissioner nominating committee will ensure that the people who make critical parole decisions are well qualified, vetted, and through a lens of diverse viewpoints, rather than involving the political considerations and connections inherent in the current process. The committee would bring to bear a variety of relevant backgrounds in choosing nominees for the commission, including law enforcement, criminal defense, social work, and more. And so with that, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, I offer this for your favorable consideration. I'll turn it over to my panel, and I'll stand by for questions.
Hello, I'm back. I'm DeRay, the Executive Director of Campaign Zero. I'll keep this brief. Is that in looking at the panel, the question is who should be a part of deciding if somebody is ready to return to society? That was the animating question in looking at the composition of the committee. I think it is clear that law enforcement should not be the only group of people, which it is in some states, but they should be included in the same way that corrections should not be the only group of people, but they should be included because how somebody was while they were incarcerated matters. But there should be a broader group of people who are a part of a conversation about choosing the parole commissioners who will make decisions about people's return to society. So you can see that it includes the state's attorney and the police, but also the superintendent of schools, this idea that teachers are also parts of fabrics of communities, and they should be a part of choosing the parole commissioners who will ultimately decide who is ready to return to community. The Senator Folden also highlighted the issue with hearing examiner qualifications or background, which is not included in this bill, but is in the House bill. But we included it here because they do see the majority of cases, and the law does not provide any qualifications or review of them. And in state law, there actually is no cap of them. So there are 10 commissioners today and 10 hearing examiners, but there could be many more hearing examiners because the law just does not put a cap. So I'll stop there.
Great. Questions for the chairman, for the sponsor, for Mr. McKesson? All right, seeing no questions, we'll now move on to favorable with amendments. That is Ms. Moyd, Ms. Pack, Ms. Hilliard, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Sexton. So anyone who signed up favorable with amendments, please come on up. Whoever would like to go first.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Olinda Moyd, and I am speaking today on behalf of the Maryland Alliance for Justice Reform, favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 823. Paroling authorities wield great power. The Maryland Parole Commission plays a critical role in making decisions that directly impact the lives of incarcerated individuals, victims, and the entire community. Those who sit in the seat of the decision makers must represent the community in which they serve. We believe that the creation of a nominating panel will move us closer to that goal. I have represented hundreds of individuals before the DC Parole Commission, the United States Parole Commission, before the Maryland Parole Commission. As former chief of the Federal Parole Division at the Public Defender Service, I have studied parole boards. I have trained parole board members. I am also published on the subject matter of how important it is for parole decision makers to understand the lifestyle, traditions, and cultural norms of the individuals that they make decisions for. It's referenced in footnote number 2 in my written testimony. A broad nominating panel will ensure that commissioners represent a diverse group of professions and perspectives. Chairman Ely recently said to me, "Olinda, we have the most diverse members on the commission than we've ever had." And that's true. But the creation of a nominating panel will ensure that this diversity will exist long beyond his appointment as the chairman. Our amendment is regarding number 8. We believe that the appointment, the 3 persons appointed by the governor should be 1 formerly incarcerated individual who has spent time at MCIW, the women's facility, 1 person who has spent time at any of the Maryland prisons, and a directly related family member to someone who is incarcerated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, forgive my voice. I'm Ann Peck. I'm co-founder and director of advocacy for Prepare, and I'm a justice impacted person who worked on the MEJC committee that was noted before and several of the other collaboratives in the state. Thank you for the hard work on 822. And I just want to express some ongoing concerns about 823. As mentioned, the Parole Commission got down to 6 commissioners at one point. We had a 2-year wait for commission appointments, and what that does, after 10/1 of 21, lifers need 6 commissioners to vote favorably in order for their release. So it is a true danger to the parole process when the commissioners dwindle down to 6, or God forbid they dwindle down to 5. So while I agree that having a panel is a good idea, I first think that we need a guardrail. The secretary has the authority to appoint a hearing examiner as an interim commissioner, but she chose not to use it for 2 years. We need to add statutory language that makes that mandatory after 30 days so that we can ensure a fully staffed commission while this panel does their hard work of finding the right commissioners and appointing them. And then, as mentioned by Olinda, who also was with me, the importance of having the right people on that panel. I don't agree that that panel is as diverse as it needs to be. It excludes impacted voices completely. And there are many impacted people like myself and many others in this field now who have the experience on the inside and then have the experience of doing this work on the outside. And we would like our voices to be heard in the process going forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon again. Elizabeth Hilliard with the Office of the Public Defender. I just want to highlight that commissioners actually do more than just hold release hearings. They also do parole revocation proceedings. And when I was working in the post-conviction division prior to my role now, I represented individuals on those parole revocation proceedings. And they are extraordinarily important and serious decisions. Individuals can be facing a lifetime sentence at those proceedings. And so we urge the adoption of this panel and new system of appointing the commissioner to ensure that the people who are making those decisions are more accountable and there is more transparency in their appointment. We also I just want to highlight the two amendments that we urge this committee adopt on the bill are one, ensuring that impacted individuals are impaneled on part of the panel, and two, ensuring that the language currently that allows the transition for a hearing examiner to take over when a parole commissioner is unavailable becomes a shall, so that those openings do not hinder any of the either parole revocation proceedings or parole release hearings that the commissioners need to be a part of. And with that, we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dara Johnson. I'm an associate staff attorney with the ACLU of Maryland, here in support of this bill. And I'll keep my comments brief because our position reflects a lot of what's already been shared by other stakeholders in this discussion. We support this bill as long as it is amended in accordance with the joint amendments we propose that are attached to our written testimony. And these amendments were developed in collaboration with the Office of the Public Defender, the Maryland Alliance for Justice Reform, Prepare, and the Center for Criminal Justice Reform at the University of Baltimore School of Law. So as you all are aware, this bill mirrors similar language in House Bill 16. So we also account for that language and those different provisions in that bill in our proposed amendments. And we know that there may be a few additional revisions on the table, but we understand there is general alignment among stakeholders working on that House bill, and we hope you all are likewise amenable to the changes we proposed here. Among the 4 revisions we suggest, there are 2 directly relevant to this bill. One is the change that has already been mentioned, that is to include incarcerated individuals and their loved ones among the list of potential nominees for the committee. So for the commission, my apologies, their perspectives are really distinctly important in this context, and they must be directly represented. The other change amends a different section that's currently referenced in House Bill 16. This amendment would allow hearing examiners to temporarily fill vacant commissioner seats. And so as the expansion of the commission and the new appointment process proposed by this bill will likely exacerbate delays that already exist in the process when a seat is left unfilled, this will really help to make sure that those gaps are filled and efficiency can continue. And with that, we urge a favorable report on this bill if amended accordingly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Delegate members here. My name is John Sexton. I spent 37 years in prison. I went through that parole process. I understand it very well. It is just now in the last year or two gotten back on footing to go have some kind of trajectory. From the time of Paris Glendenning, if everybody remembers him, it was decimated and destroyed, and all of the amendments that you just heard from all of these panels are absolutely necessary, and the good chairman has got a very good bill, but it does need to be amended a little bit, I would suggest to you. What I will say about these panel, though, as Ann said, it does need to have a little bit more diversity of people that have more experience in that process. Number 2, I would echo Senator Folden's call to take the politicalization out of it. And that means even if you put the governor in there to appoint these people, if you don't set guardrails and parameters about who that's going to be, then it's going to be subject. I can remember for decades, ex-delegates and senators who had lost their seats, and even the Senate president's son was put on the commission. That is political hacks if I've never known it. So I would urge you to consider putting parameters into the people that you think should be appointed, not just giving the governor or the secretary or whoever carte blanche to put whoever they want in there. Thank you.
Real talk, okay. All right, Senator Fulton, go ahead.
Mr. Sexton, if you could come back up to the mic. Thank you. No, that's okay. So you're familiar with the process because you were incarcerated for 37 years.
Yes, sir.
And as a part of the process, was there times that you were not given, like prior to the juvenile, whatever the
Restoration Act?
Yeah, that act. Was there a time that you were given parole hearings?
Very sparsely. They would give you such astronomical hits set-offs, I should say, that
So
there was no
what was your original sentence, sir?
life.
Plus 40.
Yes,
And what was that for?
murder.
You murdered Mark Ewer,
Yes, sir.
and you don't mention his name. And I find that painful because Mark was my friend. Mark and I were in the cadet corps together. If you want to show remorse, if you want to be a part of this process, acknowledge your wrongdoing and honor him because he doesn't get a second chance.
Amen. I do acknowledge that. I'm a transgressor, I'm a sinner, and I repent for that.
Thank you.
I want to say that exchange actually was done respectfully, and I do appreciate that because it highlights the difficulty of the work that's before this committee and the complexity of all of these issues. And I think that acknowledging wrongdoing and showing contrition, but then also showing up to advocate is part of that contrition, is part of that penance, is part of that making the system better. So that was a really difficult exchange, but I think that we should all appreciate what just happened because it just shows you how complex this is. So thank you to both gentlemen for that. All right. With that, we will switch to the opposition panel. We'll hear from Mr. Wolfgang.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and I hope it doesn't feel like I'm picking on you with these things, but these are very important to us. Certainly, Senator Folden said, and we don't have any problem with the concept that it should be changed from the direction of the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services Chair as being the person who nominates these individuals. That is not historically the process. I know that because my father was a parole commissioner. And when he was appointed, it was solely the governor's appointment to do. The problem, everyone here, I think, understands that there is an underlying battle here, and that is between people who think that there are too many people in prison and people who don't feel that way, particularly about those who have committed violent offenses. The makeup that you have proposed is very skewed towards individuals who will be in favor of release of violent offenders from prison, and that makes it anathema not just to crime victims across the state, but to the public across the state. They're not in favor of releasing violent offenders on a regular basis. And in particular, in light of the fact that we should all acknowledge what the recidivism rate is for these violent offenders. Even Maryland statistics that are wrong indicate 40% recidivism rate for violent offenders. The federal statistics are more on the line of 70% for violent offenders, 70 to 80% for violent offenders. When you have 100 different crime victims organizations in the state and you put one person on this board, as opposed to people from social services, many social services organizations, that's not appropriate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
Thank
you. And you're never picking on me. It's good. You're advocating. This is good. So thank you for your testimony. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 823. We'll now hear from Senator Quarterman with Senate Bill 715.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's 3 days in a row here. I know, right? Possibly. I guess this might be the biggest winner of the three, so we'll see here. Thanks for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 715. Senate Bill 715 authorizes the Circuit Administrative Judge of the Fourth Circuit to establish a truancy reduction pilot program in the Juvenile Court, Washington County. This bill makes the addition to the prior law of courts and judicial proceedings article to add the Fourth Circuit. Long story short, there's 9 other counties that we've already done this to, or done this with. They are Dorchester, Somerset, Wacomico, Worcester, Frederick, Prince George's, Hartford. And so all the bill does is add Washington County to that list. There's a letter of support from our Washington County school system, a letter of support from Judge Wilson. Many of you know him. He's our administrative judge in Washington County Circuit Court. Letter of support from the judiciary. The bill received bipartisan unanimous support from our delegation. And with that, we would ask for a favorable report.
That was Senator Quarterman. All right, Senator, questions for Mr. Quarterman? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Quarterman, with that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 715. We'll now move on to Senator McKay with Senate Bill 689.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of JPR, Senator Mike McKay here to present Senate Bill 689, Breeze Law. You see, Maryland Senate Bill 689 will establish a task force to study post-release services and the requirements aimed at reducing recidivism among individuals released from incarceration. The task force will comprise of 2 senators, 2 delegates, Secretary of Public Safety and Correctional Services or their designee, President of the Maryland States Attorneys Association or designee. The chair will actually be the Secretary of Public Safety and Correctional Services. The department will be the support staff. The responsibilities of this task force will to study all types of release of incarceration in Maryland, post-release programs and requirements designed to prevent recidivism, make recommendations for improving post-release programming and said requirements. Now, I do note in committee testimony that the AG has a letter of information welcoming a broadening of the membership to reflect the full spectrum of stakeholders, and I concur with that as well. Now the tough part. The genesis of Senate Bill 689, you're going to hear from my panel. You're going to hear a very, very unsettling story about Brianna May and 2 others who were murdered. Please listen to them. And you will find that they obviously are grieving. And they're not out to hurt anyone or one individual. They are just very concerned that those who are being returned to our community are getting the services that they need to make sure that recidivism does not occur. With that, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 689, and I will turn it over to my panel. Whoever would like to speak first.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Albertson, and I'm Marie's mom. I'm here today to speak about my daughter's life and the impact her loss had on my family and our community. She had a beautiful, bright spirit that filled every room she walked into. She had a laugh that you could hear on the other side of town. She had the ability to lift spirits of the most broken souls and hope that even for a moment they felt peace. that they would feel loved and seen. From a bite to eat or a blanket given to someone she'd never see again, understanding that we are all human. We all make mistakes, but we all matter. She was horrifically and violently murdered on November 18th in Clear Spring, Maryland, by a group of at least 6 individuals, with the majority being violent repeat offenders. 2 of them had just been recently released, as recent of 4 days. Bree had almost escaped, but was caught and drugged by her hair into the house to be shot execution style. Even through the torture of being violently drugged, knowing she was going to be killed, she grabbed that Ring camera by the door and captured her murderer's face. If she can fight for justice till her last breath, I will continue the fight for her until mine. Had these men had more supervision and monitoring after release, this could have been prevented. Allowing violent offenders out of prison after serving substantial time without structured reintegration and monitoring, it's endangering our communities. It took my daughter and 2 other individuals. No matter political affiliation, wealth status, race, or religion, we are all human beings and we need to look out for each other and protect each other. When a loss is preventable, it becomes more than a tragedy, it becomes a responsibility. My family carries a loss that will never heal. I'm not here for sympathy, I'm here for change. My daughter should be here planning a future. She was only 25. Instead, I stand before you in her honor, asking you to protect someone else's. Please do not let her story end without change. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Castro, and Bree was my best friend. She's not just a name attached to legislation. She was a daughter, a friend, a light in every room she walked into. She had the sweetest, most beautiful soul, and I miss her every day. Losing Bree has changed my life in ways I never imagined. Her life was stolen by another person that made that choice, that should never have had that opportunity. To lose someone in such a sudden, violent way is unbearable. It follows you every day, especially into holidays, quiet moments, and milestones she should still be here for. There's an emptiness where laughter used to be, and there are memories that now feel both precious and painful. There is a constant awareness that one moment changed everything by her murder. When we talk about post-release mandates and requirements, it can sound like policy language, but for me, this is personal. Behind every gap in the system, behind every missed opportunity for intervention or support, there are real people whose lives are affected forever. If stronger post-release programs, better supervision, or more structured reintegration can prevent even one family from experiencing this kind of loss, then this work matters. Studying the current approach for violent and gang-affiliated felons is essential because we need to identify where the gaps are to address Maryland's high reincarceration rates. We can help guide the people being released into our communities by ensuring they utilize and grow from these programs for their success. I cannot bring Bree back, and I would give anything if I could, but I can stand here today and ask that her name represents change, thoughtful, thorough, and meaningful change that protects others and strengthens the systems meant to keep communities safe. Bree deserved a long, full life, just like everyone here does. And she didn't get that, but we can ensure what happened to her doesn't keep happening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jodeci Albertson, and my little sister, Brianna Mae Wayshire, was brutally taken from my family. Not because of an accident, not because of health issues, but because violent repeat offenders and gang-affiliated felons are being released back into society without proper monitoring and structure. This judicial system is relying on the hopes that these felons are rehabilitated and will rejoin these communities they once hurt or neglected and behave differently. I'm not saying that these individuals should never rejoin society. Brianna was one of the most willing people to give others a second chance. But I am saying that we can take a different and more effective approach in rehabilitating inmates returning to society. This task force to study post-release services and requirements is necessary and long overdue. Maryland needs to not only protect their communities, but also their parolees, but also help their parolees become more successful in reintegration. This is an issue that needs to be addressed, not just because my sister was murdered by recently paroled felons who should have been monitored more effectively, but also because Maryland has one of the highest recidivism rates in the United States. The 3-year recidivism rate in Maryland is 40.5%. That means within 3 years after being released, almost half will be reincarcerated again. That statistic alone clearly identifies that our current approach is not effective. Maryland has implemented their CARES program and also added more reentry planning and guidance for inmates approaching their release. But then after the inmate gets released, a lot of the times it ends up being a curfew, periodic drug test, and then just hopes that they are capable and willing to apply what they've learned while being incarcerated. Having some level of routine in your daily life has been proven to reduce stress, promote a feeling of self-efficacy, and create a sense of control. It has been shown through many studies that individuals with lower levels of routine in their daily life report higher levels of anxiety and depression. This stressful and emotional transition can contribute to why inmates struggle to implement the skills learned in a more structured and controlled environment that they are coming from. Maintaining a level of structure and routine during the transition with active monitoring and guidance not only benefits the community, but also the parolee. Maryland needs this task force and Bree's Law to show that it cares about its law-abiding citizens as much as it cares about giving felons a second chance. Thank you.
All right, Senator and panelists, thank you all very much. I just want to turn to the committee for questions. See, Senator James has a question, and then Senator Sidnor.
Thank you all for coming. I've lost a child. So I can hardly stay in these rooms when you come down, but I really, really respect it because I know how hard this is. I just one quick follow-up question. You mentioned, and I think you're correct, Maryland has a high recidivism rate. Did you mention what it was?
Correct. It has a 3-year recidivism rate of 40.5%.
And I'd have to put you on the spot. You're just making my life a little. Do you remember where you found that? I'll look it up for sure. Just was wondering.
Yes, that was actually on the. If I can.
Don't worry. Yes, of course you can.
Yes, because I have another.
I don't want to stress you.
I
deeply appreciate you all being here. So I don't want you to think any of these questions are just not. I'm just interested. That's okay. But I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's okay if you can't. You can get it to me after the hearing too. But I want to thank you very much and thank you, Senator McKay. And I would like to work with you all.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, see no further questions. So I just want to say thank you very much. But to Shannon and to Jodeci, I always say this, but you took time out of your day. You drove all the way up here. You prepared testimony, which was very good testimony, by the way. And you're channeling a lot, the worst moment in your life. You're coming here to appeal for change. I just want to say thank you for doing that.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. All right. With that, that will conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 689. We'll now go on to Senate Bill 944. Senator Charles.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Senator Nick Charles, and I represent Legislative District 25 in Prince George's County, and I'm here to present Senate Bill 944. Senate Bill 944 is a practical, common-sense bill focused on one simple question. When someone leaves incarceration, are we truly preparing them to succeed when they come home? Right now, the answer is inconsistent. This legislation establishes a standardized release preparation process so that every individual returning home from incarceration follows a structured checklist prior to release, ensuring they are prepared to reenter society responsibly and successfully. And we already know this model works. The United States military does this exceptionally well through the Transition Assistance Program, TAPS. When a service member separates from the military, their transition is not left to chance. They receive a checklist. They must complete required steps, documentation, employment preparation, benefits enrollment, identification, and housing planning are all well addressed before separation occurs, because transition without preparation creates instability. Senate Bill 944 applies the same disciplined, structured approach to reentry from incarceration. One thing we know for sure is that release dates are known. Unlike emergencies or unexpected events, release from incarceration is something that is very predictable. Correctional facilities know who is being released, when they are being released, and where they are returning. Release dates are not guesswork. So yet too often, though, individuals walk out of facilities without the basic tools necessary to function legally in our society. The Department of Corrections has indicated that identification is provided prior to release. However, I can tell you from a personal experience that this does not always occur. I personally had to assist my cousin in obtaining identification after release because it was not completed while he was incarcerated. Without identification, a returning citizen cannot secure employment, they can't obtain housing, they can't access benefits, they can't open a bank account, or even legally verify who they are. That failure increases the likelihood of instability and recidivism. This bill creates a standardized reentry checklist and release protocol, ensuring that prior to release, individuals have valid state identification or driver's licenses, Social Security documentation, healthcare enrollment or continuity of care, employment readiness resources, housing transition planning, and connection to community supervision and support services. This bill moves us from an informal promise system to accountability systems. Not optional, not facility dependent, not inconsistent, but standardized. This bill is not simply about compassion, it's about public safety and taxpayer responsibility. When individuals leave prison unprepared, failures become more likely. Recidivism increases, costs to state strain families, and destabilizes our communities. Preparation reduces repeat incarceration, successful reentry strengthens neighborhoods, and safer communities benefit everyone. In closing, Senate Bill 944 recognizes a basic truth. If the state controls someone's release date, the state should ensure they are prepared for release. Sounds simple enough to me. We should not expect success from individuals we send home without the basic tools required to live lawfully and productively. Preparation is a responsibility, accountability is prevention, and successful reentry is smart policy. I respectfully ask for a favorable report. With me today, I have Gregory Boyer, a returning citizen and current community resource manager with the Georgetown University Prison and Justice Initiative, and he helps develop critical systems and services for individuals under supervision with the U.S. District Court of the District of Columbia. I have Zachary Alberts from the Center for Urban Families, and I don't see these two, but if they are here, Shanice Anderson from the Office of the Public Defender, and Gwendolyn Levi from the Maryland Justice Project. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Boyer to give his testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Committee Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify in strong support of this bill to ensure that people leaving Maryland correctional facilities leave with state identification, birth certificates, Social Security cards, and proof of workforce training with clear timelines and accountability. My name is Greg Boyer, and I'm the Community Resource Manager with Georgetown University Prisons and Justice Initiative. I'm also a member of the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services Lived Experience Committee and a returning citizen. I work across Maryland and D.C. metropolitan area on healthcare, housing, employment, and education, vital documentation, and successful community reintegration on initiatives and strategies, not only for individuals who've been incarcerated, but also for victims, advocating for victim advocacy. In 2018, I went to prison for defending my daughter and myself from a man armed with an AK-47 with a banana clip threatening to kill us in Prince George's County. My daughter had been involved in a very serious domestic violence relationship. I spent 6 years in a Maryland state prison in general population. After having worked for the D.C. Fire Department for 28 years, holding a top secret clearance with DOD, NSA, ICE, and U.S. Customs and Bureau, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, teaching at a local university, and the expert for the Department in Fire and Arson Investigation. This experience has really changed my life in many ways, but most importantly, having experience being released from prison, and even 18 months ago being released from a Maryland State prison, I was released with an ID that says inmate, right? So although I had the foundation for vital documents and records and other things to support, I see many men and women today being released without the basic tools to begin building. And we want to hold them accountable, and we want the community to hold them accountable, and we want public safety. And the way to do that is to give individuals the tools to build. Thank you. I recommend favorable support for this bill, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Ma'am, if you could. You turn just fine.
My name is Gwendolyn Levi, formerly Justice Impacted, served at the Maryland Correctional Institution for Women. I appear before you today to request a favorable vote on Senate Bill 944. I ask you to consider this bill with great deliberation. As I continue to advocate for reentry services, being a member of the Maryland Justice Project, the Maryland Equitable Justice Coalition, and other groups, I do realize that if one doesn't know about those programs, you can't take part in those programs. You can't participate, and you can't benefit from those programs. There's some very good programs in Maryland, but if you don't know about them, it might be months after you come home before you can begin the process of getting the tools that you need. Navigating the system to get your necessary paperwork. Many can't get a job, a home, a driving license, or deal with the medical issues that they had coming home. Due to lack of certified copies, no ID, no proof of your training, notwithstanding the cost of all this, many don't have a job. How can they get anything without ID? With this bill, everyone eligible under Bill 944 can come home fully prepared to participate in all acts of citizenship, with the legal paperwork in hand to enable them to fully participate as a quote unquote returning citizen. I ask you to favorably vote on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shanice Anderson, and I serve as the Community Engagement and Reentry Coordinator for the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. I am standing in strong support of Senate Bill 944, which establishes and strengthens a comprehensive reentry readiness program within Maryland's correctional system. Every day I work with individuals returning home from incarceration. I see firsthand how the lack of structured pre-release preparation creates unnecessary barriers to stability. Many returning citizens are released without identification, without confirmed housing, without workforce placement, and without continuity of medical or behavioral health care. These gaps increase the risk of recidivism, not because individuals lack motivation, but because systems lack coordination. Senate Bill 944 recognizes that successful reentry begins long before release. A formalized reentry readiness program ensures that individuals leave custody with valid identification and essential documents, a housing plan or confirmed placement, enrollment or connection to health care and benefits, workforce readiness training tied to actual employment pathways, establish community-based support connections. When preparation is intentional and coordinated, communities are safer. Individuals who return home with stability are far more likely to secure employment, reunite with their families, and comply with supervision requirements. This is not only a matter of fairness, it is a matter of public safety and fiscal responsibility. Maryland has made significant strides in reentry reform. Senate Bill 944 builds upon that progress by creating structure, accountability, and measurable readiness standards. It reflects a common sense understanding that rehabilitation requires planning and partnership between correctional institutions and community stakeholders. And OPD, Office of Public Defender, respectfully urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 944.
Thank you very much. All right, we have one panelist joining us virtually.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Smith and members of JPR. My name is Zachary Alberts. I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Center for Urban Families, a workforce program based in West Baltimore. Much of my testimony has already been covered, so I'd just like to emphasize a couple of things. As a workforce organization, we see every day firsthand that individuals who are coming home from incarceration often do not have their ID. And when we ask them, were you offered a chance to do it while you were incarcerated, they often look surprised or, what are you talking about? So it's very, very important, as folks have mentioned, for housing, work, and benefits access, as well as many other things. And because of that, although the fiscal and policy note states that the bill's provisions largely codify current practice or duplicate existing statutory provisions, whatever the current practices are not working as effectively as they might, and thus we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Vice Chair Walsberger has a question for the panel.
Thank you. For the sponsor, so today's been a pretty powerful day and lots of hard truths, and I really appreciate your bringing the bill, and I support the goals behind the bill. And I think a lot of people on this committee have worked on this, and I just want to provide a little context because I have as well. What I've learned through the process is that a shocking and disproportionate number of inmates do not know their own Social Security number. Maryland cannot provide a Social Security card, only the federal government can do that. And it is extremely challenging for Maryland officials to navigate the Social Security Administration without a Social Security number, especially if the person has a name that is a common name. And apparently, birth certificates are similar. So a disproportionate number of Maryland inmates were not born in Maryland. They were born in neighboring states or other states. And so Maryland has access to our vital records and can navigate very easily the vital records process to provide a birth certificate for someone who is born here. But if someone is born out of state and who does not know the name of the hospital in which they are born, it is very challenging for Maryland officials to navigate other states' vital records processes, which I know is happening. So we have real barriers. I'm not saying that these are unsolvable. They are, and this bill, I think, is part of that solution. I just wanted to provide some context that I have learned through this process about how challenging this can be when folks are either don't know their Social Security number or are born out of state.
No, and Mr. Vice Chair, I truly appreciate that that context. I just remember when my cousin was released, and he, like Mr. Boyer, had the ID, the inmate ID. And when I spoke to the Department of Corrections about this issue, they all told me that, oh, we have the opportunity. He could have got the ID while he was in. And that's just the ID. I understand the complexities behind the Social Security cards and the birth certificate. But because we know there is a release time, they have time to start looking forward to finding all of this information, trying to come up with a pathway to get to this information. If you don't know, I don't know what the process is for individuals across the country. If you don't know the hospital you were born in, how do you get access to a birth certificate? If there is a nationally standardized process for that, then that process needs to be utilized within our prison system. Same thing that comes along with the Social Security card. If you don't know what your Social Security number is, and there's a national standardized process, we should follow that process within our prison systems as well.
Thank you, Senator Charles. We're having a couple of bills on this subject, and they're all important and interrelated. But I don't know if you've thought about this, but this is what is worrying me at the moment. So we're told that we have reentry programs, and that inmates, Senator Washington had a bill, for the women are identified 18 months before. There's all these services that are going to come in and get them ready for their success. We're also, and I understand it, I don't particularly support it, but second chances, give people many visits at parole and limiting their sentences. What is worrying me is I think you all are correct that there aren't these great services. Inmates are coming out of incarceration ill-equipped, and maybe that also leads into the high recidivism rate. But I don't know how to work these two together. I mean, this would be a start, but it worries me that we didn't do a lot more of this before we started to look at how to, move people out of the prison system. I'm hoping you want those two to work hand in glove, right? Because there's no point, I guess, in getting people second chances, having them fail on the outside. However you want, isn't that so?
No, it is
right?
so. It is so. And what I will tell you, with this same cousin of mine, he was released with a certification, and he was so proud of this blood cleaning certification that he had. And he was like, so what can I do when I come home? I should be able to get a job in a hospital. Nobody's hiring anybody to do these blood spill cleanups.
Oh.
Like they make it an actual thing within the prison system.
Oh, I see.
And so you come outside with a blood spill cleaning certification, and you think you have an opportunity waiting for you, and it does not exist. So
yeah,
knowing that, they should be preparing folks ahead of time. If you're going to be 18 months from release,
right,
we know when your people are going to be released from prison. It's not a secret, right? We know the dates, so they should be preparing folks ahead of time.
And you're right about this.
And that checklist, as they're getting documents, also preparing for any type of work.
Well, you just made a really good point. Not that we have unlimited money, and certainly there's work that you can do in a prison that's still very important, but may not necessarily create a job. But there's absolutely no reason prison shouldn't be actively, creatively thinking while you're incarcerated. What are the jobs? What are the careers? What are the skills that are all around that you could get some training in that are in demand, that are needed? And I don't know. It sounds like there might be a big disconnect there as well. So
now it doesn't always work the same for everybody. Like Mr. Boyer, he's working with Georgetown University, and but he was a professor prior to going in. He was a decorated firefighter before going in. He was a decorated business owner before going in. So he had a lot of different skill sets and tools that a lot of people didn't have before incarceration.
Yes, I recognize. Thank you so much.
So thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the sponsor or the panel? Thank you, Senator, for bringing the bill. Thank you to our panel for testifying on its behalf. We have no opposition to the bill. So that concludes the hearing. Senator Love, if you'd like to go next, and I know you have someone who's going to be joining you to present Senate Bill 660.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Senator Sarah Love. I am really proud to be here on SB 660 for two reasons. One, because I think it's a good bill. This bill is about transparency and accountability. And two, because this bill is the result of incredibly hard work by my intern, Eli Gendelman, who will be presenting the bill. And I ask that each of you give him, shall we say, more respect than you would otherwise give me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wallace-Stryker and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Eli Gendelman, and today I will be presenting SB 660. SB 660 seeks to address a need for transparency when immigration enforcement activity occurs in our neighborhoods, businesses, schools, and homes. In Chicago, Minnesota, Texas, and Maryland, we have witnessed ICE agents acting recklessly in the performance of their duties. This behavior led to the deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and multiple cases of false and inaccurate reporting. As a result, it is imperative to create a policy to monitor ICE activity in the state to keep our communities safe and provide a path for justice. Senate Bill 660 would require a law enforcement agency to respond when notified of immigration enforcement action occurring in the state. A law officer will observe the ICE action, record it, and create a report. This report would include information such as the setting, responding federal agencies, use of force, whether medical attention was needed, whether law enforcement was in any way restricted from observing and recording, and any violations the law officer observed. During their observations, law enforcement officers will be required to perform their duties as applicable. We have seen time and time again ICE putting out statements regarding its activity that are contradicted by local law enforcement or bystander video. This legislation would ensure transparency and accountability. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 660.
Eli, we're going to move to the panel in a second and take questions on the merits, but while you have the podium for a second here, tell us where you go to school, what you're studying, what your future ambitions are.
Absolutely. I currently go to UMBC. I serve as UMBC's SGA president. My hope is to go to law school in the next 2 years and to hopefully one day be in this building as well.
That's fantastic. I loved law school. Most people don't love law school. I loved law school. So. Well, my son's name is Eli, so
perfect.
We'll see you back here. Okay. Whomever would like to go next on the panel.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Walstrecker, members of the committee. My name is Neil Franklin. I'm a retired major from the Maryland State Police and past executive director from the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. I've been before you many times before on pieces of legislation. Many of us have seen the abundance of video evidence of ICE and Border Patrol agents violating the constitutional rights of U.S. citizens in their quest to meet deportation quotas. Now, SB 660 isn't about law enforcement quotas, but I believe everyone in this room believes that there is no place in this country for arrest quotas, or any law enforcement related quotas for that matter. When federal authorities set a goal of 3,000 immigrant arrests per day, much has and will go wrong. Our local and state officers have taken an oath to protect and serve the people of Maryland. We have taken an oath to uphold and abide the Constitution of Maryland and of the United States. I would hope that none of our members of law enforcement condone the aggressive, unconstitutional enforcement tactics that we are seeing perpetrated by ICE and customs agents. It is a police officer's duty to respond when constitutional rights of our citizens are being violated. The video evidence of such action by ICE and Border Patrol agents is clear. Not only are constitutional rights being violated, such as vehicle pursuits and stops, street detentions, however brief, excessive use of force, home invasions, and yes, a home invasion is criminal when there's no appropriate judicial warrant. And worst of all, the taking of human lives. Such video evidence is invaluable if that video evidence comes from the body cams of our trusted police officers. The weight of such evidence is tremendous. SB 660 is a reasonable response, and I ask that you submit a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Meyerson. I am a constitutional law professor, so you're back in law school at the University of Baltimore School of Law. First, I just do want to say I hope Eli is one of my students in a year or two. Second of all, in my field, I've done a lot of writing and teaching, but a lot of writing about the Federalist Papers, which are particularly relevant for today. I think this bill is not only constitutional, I think it embodies the best of America's constitutional tradition. What people often don't know is that not only does the federal government have a duty to protect rights, the states have an obligation to watch and make sure the federal government is doing that protection. As James Madison said when he introduced the Bill of Rights in Congress, it is the job of the state legislatures to watch the operation of the federal government, resist every wrongful assumption of power. And I think what I want to highlight today, it's the state legislature who we look to protect our rights when the federal government is violating it. It is the job, Madison said in the Federalist Papers, of state legislators to sound the alarm to the people when the federal government invades the rights of the people with unconstitutional acts. The key point, why I think this law is so clever, is the states cannot interfere with the federal government. We all know that. I support that. But observing, recording, documenting activities is not interfering. It is a First Amendment right of citizens, and therefore it is a right of the sovereign state of Maryland to protect its citizens. I like this bill because it does what James Madison wanted us to do, have the state legislators be the sure guardians of the people's liberties. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for bringing the bill. I don't know who wants to stand up first, Senator, or, man, you're sending him to the freak, to the lion's den.
There's a reason I asked you all to be more respectful and not to me.
You might want to yield your time back to the senator. So there was a discussion about, I think, about Renee Good and Mr. Pretty. And what is unique about their circumstances of their involvement with ICE?
They were not immigrants, for one thing,
okay,
and they were not undocumented immigrants.
Perfect. What is unique about their involvement with ICE? Why were they involved with ICE?
They were protesting the actions of ICE.
Yeah, and so they actually intervened, like inserted themselves into an official law enforcement function.
From the video, is clearly not the case.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Boxing in police cars is permissible?
Who boxed in police cars?
When you cross the street, that is blocking in police cars.
I understand. Who are you claiming boxed in police cars?
Miss Good.
From the video, that is not the case.
Okay. Well, we're going to agree to disagree. I guess I'll let you go there because I don't want to really do that. But I will have a fun colloquy with the professor. Do you want to come up?
Sure. Do I want to come up?
Yeah, no.
Senator, I appreciate that. For your protection and mine, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I don't, yeah, it's been a day already. Professor, thanks for coming forward. I really appreciate your insight. I don't agree with it altogether, especially someone that's as educated as you are in constitutional law. When we're talking about, do citizens have, the First Amendment provides what for our citizens?
It's the right, it literally is the right of expression. Every circuit, including most recently the Fourth Circuit, has said that includes the right to acquire information in public places.
Correct.
So they've all said.
So we can say is it fair to say that it would be the freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition?
That's certainly what it says literally, yes.
Okay, perfect. So we can agree with that. Does anywhere in there say that it's your right to interfere with an official law enforcement act?
No, and I would never say that, and the bill doesn't allow that.
Exactly. And someone made the comment about, the body cams of our trusted police officers. Well, I find it wholly ironic that there's body cameras on our federal partners, but there must not be the trusted police officers.
I think we have multiple levels of government. At this moment, I'm putting my trust in Maryland.
As of someone that just retired in 30 years in law enforcement, there's a reason I left 30 years of law enforcement in Maryland. because they're not favoring being good stewards and holding accountability, which is apparent by some of the laws that we pass here. So the First Amendment allows us to peaceably assemble. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
It does not afford you the right to riot.
Absolutely.
It doesn't afford you the right to destroy property.
Correct.
It doesn't afford you the right to hinder law enforcement standing, whether with your being or with a vehicle, to block their free movement and through the exercise and course of their duties, does it?
Absolutely right.
Thank you. So in saying that, you made a very great statement, and I really want to thank you for this because I've been arguing this for weeks, and I'm so glad you came today. You made a comment that Maryland's law enforcement officers are not permitted. They cannot interfere with our federal partners.
I would say that is correct.
Is that correct?
I'm a law professor. There's always caveats. But essentially, yes. Let's just say the general rule, yes.
Because this body just rammed through, in the support of our local law enforcement, clearly a protection, that our law enforcement officers locally can approach a federal officer who's wearing a face mask. That's pretty interesting to me. Isn't it interesting to you that that would be something that this body, as brilliant as this body is supposed to be, and this young man wants to be a part of, would take it upon themselves to make a matter of law that they have the authority to insert themselves, like you said they can't, into a legal proceeding, a legal action, a lawful action, whether we agree with the immigration policies, they've been exercised and enforced uniformly across the board. Doesn't matter what party the president was. It was under Obama, it was under Bush, it was under Trump one, it was under Biden administration, barely, and now back again. It's all been uniformly, I mean, it's been, the agents haven't changed. The law hasn't changed, right? So my concern is that this body, you made a very profound statement, that this body, that local law enforcement do not have the right to interfere and should not be interfering with a federal law enforcement action, yet this body, some of the most brilliant minds I want to say that I'm colleagues with, I don't want to call them friends yet, says that that's okay, but you're saying specifically it's not.
Okay, so I feel like I'm getting in the middle of a family fight. So let me try. Let me try it another way.
My sentiments every day. Okay, here. All right, let's just give it, Professor. Thank you very much. For one second, I want to let's take it down a little bit. I appreciate the question, but Professor, thank you very much.
Professor, I'm sorry. Did I come off as I was attacking you or
not? Me, not at all.
Okay, good.
Oh, no,
I want to be very clear.
I feel lucky.
Sometimes I get a little apparently. I don't know.
You and me both.
Yeah.
I think the point about federalism is that it creates a very difficult but vitally important dance for the Maryland State Legislature. You must respect federal law. You must respect federal law enforcement. The line of interfering, not everything is an interference, is where I think you and I might ultimately disagree. But I think I'm really here for one reason, to remind and encourage the state legislature led by you to do the Madisonian task of making sure we do whatever we can to police a federal government. And that might be just watching and documenting, which is, as we saw in Minneapolis, way more than nothing.
Thank you for, please stay. Thank you for bringing up the Minneapolis issues. And as tragic as they are tragic. No police officer goes out in the day and says, you know what, I hope I get in a shooting today. Never, it doesn't happen that way. And if anybody does think that way, they clearly need to be gone. However, I want to close this up very clearly and crisply in saying that there is no right for people. And I think it's fair to say that if Renee Good and Mr. Pretty had not inserted themselves into a police matter, they would still be alive today. If they had simply observed, like the First Amendment allows you to do. They can record it, they can peaceably assemble, they can send it off, and there's a day in court to be had for those people beyond that. Albeit, it might be another immigration court somewhere in another state because Maryland doesn't want to comply, or Minnesota, but is that not the reality of a process?
I think the way I'd like to end it, Senator, is that the disagreement between you and the future senator can be resolved better if we have Maryland State Police documenting so we actually have more information.
But do our partners in ICE not wear body cameras?
Some do.
Do they not have? Do they
not have them on?
Is it not documented?
I would argue that I would feel more transparency the better on this incredibly difficult issue is where I think we go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator West.
Sure. So having had a long conversation with a law professor about 10 days ago, I think I'd prefer to direct my questions to the sponsor of the bill. Oh, aren't you the sponsor of the bill?
It's his bill. I am the named sponsor, but he is presenting the bill. You missed the beginning.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I was out of the room.
She's here. She needs to answer first.
If that's the will of the chair, I can answer.
All right, well, let me ask, I'm sorry, what is your name?
Eli.
Eli. What's your last name?
Gendelman.
Hindelman?
Gendelman.
Gendelman, okay. So this bill as I read the bill, it requires whenever ICE is active in a Maryland community, it requires the local law enforcement agency to assign at least one law enforcement officer to go out there and observe ICE, correct?
When notified.
When notified, okay, when notified. So do you know how many, we have big counties like Montgomery County, which have hundreds of law enforcement officers. We have some very small counties, which have very few. Let's just pick one, Kent County. Mm-hmm. Do you know how many law enforcement officers there are in Kent County?
I do not.
And we have passed a number of bills over the last couple of years which have greatly depressed morale among law enforcement officers across the state. And that has led to large vacancy rates in most law enforcement operations across the state. Do you know how many vacancies exist in the Kent County law enforcement establishment?
I do not.
So now, and this says at least one law enforcement officer. So under this bill, if ICE deployed people to Kent County to arrest illegal immigrants, and there are 4 operations going on simultaneously on any particular day, would this bill require the Kent County law enforcement establishment to assign 4 law enforcement officers, 1 for each of the different operations that's going on that day?
In theory, yes, but there is also a caveat to mention, which is that the Maryland Police Training Commission would be responsible for developing those types of standards and setting the baseline.
Okay, suppose Kent County simply does not have the manpower to assign 4 law enforcement officers to observe ICE's operations in Kent County that day. What under this bill is Kent County supposed to do?
If they're unable to respond, then they cannot respond.
Is that what, does the bill say that?
It would be, I mean, I think it's important to look at kind of what I referred to before, which is that the Maryland Police Training Commission would set a baseline standard. So this would allow local agencies to develop policies per their, situation. So if Kent County, say, has 11, like I believe one of the counties presenting today does.
Does the bill permit standards to be established which are inconsistent with the language of the bill?
The bill allows for the Training Commission to develop those standards. I don't see why it wouldn't, and maybe if it's not. Oh yeah, I don't know if you have the current amendments, but
no, I haven't seen any amendments to the bill.
Oh, okay. I could provide those to you, but that is maybe in the previous context that you have on your page, but there is an amendment for that Maryland Police Training Commission to develop those standards for those local agencies.
Okay. Again, I haven't seen the amendments, so if the amendments cover this, then my question's been answered. Let's go to my next question, which is lines 24 and 25 on page 2 of the bill.
That has bbeen amended out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's also subject of amendments. All right. It would be helpful to have these amendments. So it's hard to pass a bill which is being amended if you haven't seen the amendments. Okay. So we'll take a look at that. And then the last questions I have relate to lines on page 3, lines 20 to 22. Have those also been amended, Ed?
Could you say those lines one more time?
Sure. Page 3 of the bill, lines 20 through 22.
They have not been. You're referring to the section on the documentation and footage recorded.
Yeah, the fact that whatever is produced in these reports is going to be made public.
Yes.
And I don't see anything in here which provides for the report, the raw data to be expurgated in some way in order to protect the identities of witnesses and that sort of thing. Was it the intent of the drafter of the bill to provide that even though witnesses might want to remain unidentified, that nonetheless their identifying information would be made public as a result of this bill?
I have a kind of follow-up question with that. Wouldn't there being a witness presume that there was a crime committed?
Excuse me?
If there are witnesses for this act, I mean, like, kind of to go through the example, if an officer responds to a incident in Howard County, they hear ICE activity is happening in a town, that officer goes and records the incident and posts it for the public in accordance with the Public Information Act. There aren't witnesses in the traditional sense. It just says if you were a police officer and you recorded footage of any other crime, it would be accessible if it was in accordance with the Public Information Act to be viewable.
Implying that our federal agents are breaking the law.
Chris?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your answers.
Absolutely.
All right. Seeing there are no further questions, I appreciate you. Thank you all, Senator. Thank you, Eli. Well done, sir. As long as you stay in District 16, you know, when you run for Senate, that's good, you know. No, you're always welcome to District 20. It's all great. Always looking for the next gen. All right. I think we have a couple folks signed up. Is Ms. Hernandez here? Amador Hernandez. Is Nympha here? No. Great. Jane Horvath? And then that will round out. You're signed up favorable with amendments?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senator Love, for the bill. I'm Jane Horvath. I work with the Route 1 corridor of Indivisible chapter, and Indivisible is a pro-democracy organization. I lead our state and local work group. I had other things prepared to say, but my written testimony speaks to all the reasons why this bill should be supported. And I did have one suggestion or request. So one of the big issues when people are detained, they're often taken from their cars, their vehicles, and the vehicles are abandoned. And then that means that the household from which that detainee was taken has lost their vehicle. We don't know where it goes. It gets impounded, and when it's finally found, there are very high fees to be paid that the family often cannot pay if they can find the car. And so part of the documentation would be to include whether there is an abandoned vehicle as part of this activity, and to have that reported, and then potentially to report that to an immigrant ally organization in the locality where the activity occurred. And then that organization can let the household know where their vehicle is so that they can get it before it is towed. That's like the most important thing. And it's the most sort of extraneous but complex piece of the detention in the aftermath, if you will. I mean, there's legal issues and wage issues and all sorts of stuff. But a vehicle is really very important to household functioning. So if the bill could be modified to include that as part of the data reporting, and with an effort on the part of law enforcement to communicate that with a community organization that would take responsibility for notifying the household. That's it. So, but thank you very much, and thank you very much, and Eli, for the legislation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Horvath. We have a question from Senator Folden.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming up. I think your comments are actually the most reasonable part of this whole, your request for the amendment are the most reasonable request for this bill. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask or have somebody that they can, having been a part of law enforcement and seeing how high those fees can be at times, it does cause a burden. So I thank you for making that recommendation. I just want to be clear. Who were you saying that would come get it? The family or a part of your group?
Well, yes.
Because
I just think it could potentially be a burden on the law enforcement to go and find the family. But the law enforcement piece is that they can find out to whom the car is registered.
Yeah, I mean, they know who it's registered to. They send a notification. They're required to by law within 7 days. But my question was, I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but did you say that that give the family, if they can contact the family, give them an opportunity to come get the car?
Yes.
Because the concern is that when someone is undocumented and they're detained by ICE, that are they going to be willing to come and pick the car up, or are they going to think that it's some type of, they do?
They do.
Okay.
So when I will say, I'm sure you're not pleased, but I do this non-interventionist documentation of.
I'm not displeased.
And there is typically a car left behind.
Okay.
And we can't get in it.
Do you have a long arrest record of interfering with law enforcement operations, ma'am?
Yeah, but that's related to other things.
Okay, all right, thank you. No, I think it's a reasonable statement and amendment. So I don't agree with the bill, but I think your amendment's reasonable, so thank you.
But I did forget to mention that it would be the law enforcement would access the stuff that other people can't access, get in the car, or however it is that they find out to whom it's registered and addressed.
Yeah, they know. I mean, they can run it through the system, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Anything else?
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. All right, that'll round out the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now switch over to the opposition panel, and we'll hear from Daniel Franklin. I see Sheriff Jenkins here, Mike Lewis, Sherry Rendell, and then is Matthew Christofoli here. There you go. And then Brian Albert.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of this committee. My name is Mike Lewis. I'm a sheriff down in Wycomico County, Maryland. Something unusual has been happening recently across our country. Several cities and states have enacted measures to limit federal law enforcement actions, potentially leaving local police in an incredibly difficult position. This emerging dynamic where local agencies must navigate, interpret, or even enforce restrictions directed at federal agencies creates unprecedented operational, legal, and personal challenges for our jurisdictions. I think these measures are unprecedented, and I can't help but feel for my local police chiefs, my fellow sheriffs, and the state police superintendent, as well as their officers, deputies, and troopers who are now caught in the crosshairs of political battles, regardless of which side has the moral high ground. Local officers may face the contradictory expectations that they uphold state and local directives while avoiding interference and with federal operations, sometimes in a very rapidly evolving high-stakes environment. This bill requires local law enforcement agencies to respond to and document reports of federal immigration enforcement activity occurring within their jurisdictions, regardless of whether there is a corresponding public safety concern. This mandate places local agencies in a position of monitoring federal civil enforcement actions that are outside the scope of their authority and certainly their core mission as police officers. SB 660 would divert personnel and resources away from responding to violent crime, property offenses, traffic safety concerns, and other urgent calls for service. Deputies would be required to leave active patrol assignments to observe, record, document, and retain information regarding federal immigration actions that local agencies have no authority to control or direct. In an era of staffing shortages and increasing service demands, mandating this additional layer of oversight is unnecessary and operationally very burdensome on me, my agency, and my fellow sheriffs. Further, the required documentation and public discourse obligations create significant administrative strain. Our agencies will be compelled to dedicate time and resources to compliance functions and do not enhance, and they certainly don't enhance, crime prevention or community safety. Local law enforcement should remain focused on protecting Maryland communities from criminal activity when they're in their jurisdiction. rather than being tasked with oversight responsibilities over federal actions. In my 42 years of law enforcement experience, 22 years as a Maryland State Trooper who commanded an interstate criminal enforcement team, also called ICE back in the day, I cannot recall a single time when local police or state troopers were asked, in essence, to police federal agents. And for these reasons, I am opposed to Senate Bill 660, and I urge an unfavorable committee report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, committee members. Pleasure to be here. I'm not going to be quite as eloquent as my fellow Sheriff Lewis there, but a couple things I want to point out. I'm strongly opposed to this for a number of reasons. Number one, probably the most concerning is I see the potential of pitting law enforcement against law enforcement on the street. That's a dangerous place to be. Dangerous for the federal agents, dangerous for my people. Secondly, I hope you realize that ICE is not obligated to call the sheriff or anybody else to tell them we're conducting an operation, an enforcement operation. So I can't imagine how many operations will be going on out there that we won't know about, that I'm going to be held liable because I don't have a person out there to observe that. And I guess thirdly, over the years as I've been down here testifying in regard to oppose the sanctuary state bills and in favor of 287G, which I guess I'll say congratulations. You stripped that away from us. And I think you've done irreparable harm by doing that. But regardless, in all the years, part of the argument made in opposition to 287G was the fact, I don't know how many times I've heard it, we don't want to expend state and local law enforcement resources on immigration issues and immigration enforcement. And that's exactly what you're asking me to do, is take my manpower and resources, which are very limited, to go out and follow, observe, videotape, for the purposes of probably opening internal investigations, PIA requests, and so forth. So for these reasons and many more, I'm strongly opposed to it. And again, I think you're opening a can of worms you really don't want to open with this. So thank you, Chairman Smith.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm also going to shorten mine based in light of what's already been put on the record. I'm just going to piggyback off of both sheriffs. I'm Sheriff Matt Crisafulli, the sheriff for Worcester County, Maryland, way down on the lower eastern shore. When we talk about resources, our resources are also very limited. There's a national retention and recruitment issue in law enforcement. And to piggyback off of Sheriff Jenkins, I can tell you specifically that in January of 2025, I had contacted ICE and I asked them, please just let me know when you're going to be in my county, just so I'm aware that you're in my county in case my constituents reach out. I asked the director, I asked the assistant director. That was January of 2025. The only way I know that there have been ICE operations is by residents of Worcester County contacting me, and they have been specifically in the jurisdictional areas of Berlin, which has their own police force, and Ocean City. By recording these events, it also puts a lot of strain on law enforcement support staff with saving the body cam footage, retrieving the body cam footage, and then doing the MPIA request. This is very cumbersome on local law enforcement. And for these reasons and the retention and recruitment issues, we just don't really have the resources for this. And we do not want to conflate the operations between federal and local. I think it's really opening up a can of worms, and it's going to put our men and women in a very precarious position. And again, I'm not going to know when ICE is conducting operations. That's one of my major concerns. So for these reasons, I'm asking for you to oppose Senate Bill 660. Thank you for hearing me today. I appreciate your time.
I'm Sheriff Brian Albert from Washington County. Mr. Chairman, thanks for having me, and distinguished members. I've been coming to Annapolis for over 25 years in one capacity or another. First started as an FOP president, and with one of your colleagues, Jack Bailey. We were FOP presidents, and if you guys need any good stories on him, just see me after the hearing. Okay. So we worked together for 30 years, so I got some good stories. You know, in that time, and now as a sheriff, I've worked side by side with the FOP presidents and sheriffs from across the state. And I was especially, like I say, I was close with Jack Bailey, and together we built strong relationships in the House and Senate, and with delegates and senators from all corners of Maryland. And they relied on our expertise in matters of law enforcement and public safety. Today, I respectfully ask you to take into consider and I don't want to offend any sheriffs up here, but I've only been in 3.5 years, but hundreds of years of law enforcement experience that we have here in the room today, that we would give this bill an unfavorable report. This bill is bad for public safety and law enforcement across the state. Sheriffs and chiefs throughout Maryland share one common priority: protecting our communities. That responsibility is not political, it's practical, and it's rooted in real world experience. And I just want to put this on the record. The videos that we've all seen on the television from the reporters and the tragic deaths of the 2 individuals that happened in Minnesota, we don't want it to happen here. And that's our goal also as sheriffs and leaders in law enforcement in this state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Dan Franklin, Chief of Police, Morningside Police Department, Prince George's County. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs Association. I also have significantly shortened my testimony. My testimony today is significantly more about operations as opposed to immigration. Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1512 states, whoever intentionally harasses another person thereby hinders, delays, prevents, or dissuades any person from arresting or seeking the arrest of another person in connection with a federal offense or attempts to do so shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. The Constitution of the United States, Article 6, Clause 2 states the laws of the United States made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Shortly, federal law enforcement operations are not accountable to state, county, or local law enforcement. We don't have the authority to do everything that this bill would set forth for us to do. Flipping the script, if there was a bill passed federally that mandated federal agencies come out to observe all of our local law enforcement operations, I would imagine that legislative bodies like this one would take a very, very hard exception to things of that nature. From the small town PD, which I am a chief of, this legislation comes with additional costs and no fiscal reimbursement. We have video storage, additional report writing time, additional supervisor reviews, additional time out of service to the people in my jurisdiction, and potentially extra civil court time for my folks. Not something that I had in my playbook. Footnote 35 of the 2025 Law Enforcement Guidance Memorandum put out by the Maryland Attorney General says that the enforcement of federal immigration laws might divert resources from the investigation of local crimes. This legislation, if it passes, would be mandatory that we investigate, I say we as local law enforcement, the officers enforcing federal immigration laws, which would also divert resources from the investigation of local crimes. You can't have it both ways. The main point of where I'm at is this potential legislation certainly places politics ahead of public safety, and that just can't happen. For those reasons, I respectfully request an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 660, and I thank you all for your time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We have a couple questions. Senator Love is first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. I have to admit, this is so reminiscent of discussions that I had with some of you when you all were opposing body cameras. The exact same arguments you're using now. It's fascinating. But my question is, the bill states, page 2, lines 19 and 20, on receiving notice of an immigration enforcement action. So I'm curious how you think your agency would be held liable if you didn't know about it and didn't show up. One of you testified to that. So if you could explain that to me, that would be great.
So I'm just suggesting it's possible. I don't know. Again, all these things are unanswered questions. I never know. And there have been very few operations by ICE in Frederick County simply because of what we've been doing over the years. But again, they have no obligation to call me, nor do they. Would they in the future? I doubt it. But again, I'm asking you as folks who potentially are going to pass this bill, am I going to be held liable, or my officers who might happen to be in the area? That's a concern. So I don't know if I answered your question, but.
You didn't, but I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. My next question, are you aware that there have been multiple occasions across the country where ICE has put out a statement and then either local law enforcement or a video has come out that actually contradicts that? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I am. Listen, I pay attention to what's going on across the country. I can only, Senator, I can only tell you what does and does not happen in my county, in my jurisdiction. These things are not happening in Frederick County, nor have they, and I hope they don't. So.
I hope they don't either. And then my last question along those same lines, are you aware that in Minnesota, ICE is actually refusing to turn over evidence that Minnesota officials are seeking? So, and the reason I ask that question is that's part of what we're talking about, that if you all, need to investigate something and ICE doesn't turn it over, you can't. So if you have that evidence, then you can do your duties.
Well, again, is it our job to have oversight over ICE? I don't believe it is. Listen, maybe there's a way to do it. Maybe Maryland State Police should handle this. Maybe they've got a division that does it. We simply don't have the local manpower to do it. Fair enough.
Not my question, but okay. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, I just wanted to answer a portion of your first question that was directed to either one of us on this panel, and Sheriff Jenkins had stepped up to answer your question. As Senate Bill 660 is currently written, it says a law enforcement agency shall dispatch at least one law enforcement officer to observe this immigration enforcement activities and ensure the safe transfer of an individual in custody. How are we going to ensure the safe transfer of anybody that's in federal custody? We can't tell them what to do at all. I can picture, and I've had this discussion with several of my colleagues down on the shore, I can picture a federal agent looking at me and or my deputy said, you step one more foot in our direction, you will be impeding and arrested. We can't pit our deputies and our federal agents against one another. The law says we shall dispatch at least one. So we would be in violation of the law, as Sheriff Jenkins said, if we didn't send somebody there. I don't want to be in violation of state law. Sheriff Jenkins doesn't. And if we don't dispatch at least one deputy there, we're in violation of the law.
Thank you, Sheriff Lewis. If you look up a couple of lines, my colloquy with Sheriff Jenkins was on receiving notice. And he specifically said, we're going to be liable if we don't send someone if we don't know. So that was the colloquy that I had with him. And perhaps you weren't listening earlier when we said that ensure the safe transfer piece was being amended out. So maybe you didn't hear that.
Well, like Sheriff Foley said earlier, as many conversations I've had with ICE over the last 16 months, I can tell you I never get notified of any operational activity taking place by ICE, ever.
Then
do we get notified.
Be on notice.
And nor are they required to notify us.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoever wants to step up, but so I want to make a couple comments. So the senator, my good friend from Montgomery County, talks about upon receiving notice. Does in this bill, to your all's reading, does it ever say anything about receiving notice from our federal partners, or does it just say or imply that you just need to be notified? Which means if somebody in the community says, I think that's ICE, and they notify your agency, would this bill require you to send somebody out?
Based upon the letter of it, yes.
Yeah, based upon the letter of the bill, Senator, that's what I would believe. I would believe that it would be anybody, literally anyone.
So by the bill not having a definition on what actual notice is, if a citizen notifies you, by this bill could put you in a liability position.
It certainly could.
Awesome.
It would probably have our officers being charged with obstruction of justice, which
or dereliction of duty.
Dereliction of duty, which let's talk about that bill. Who foots that bill for their defense?
That's a whole nother bill.
That's a can of worms
to
take something from Sheriff Jenkins we don't want to open.
So, and I think Sheriff Lewis commented to it, but I want to. Whose job is it to investigate ICE? Does anybody know up there?
Thank you, Rick.
To the best of my knowledge, and I looked this up because I had county commissioners and residents, that's the only way that I knew that ICE was in my county. To the best of my knowledge, I can tell you that as the sheriff of Worcester County, I have zero authority. I have no power over the federal government, over ICE agents, nor does the state's attorney. It is the Department of Justice and the United States Attorney's Office. And I was going to bring that up, that's another odd situation that you're going to be putting local law enforcement in, because the federal agents already have body cams. And I believe that if there's a miscarriage of justice, then the investigating entity should be the Department of Justice through the United States Attorney's Office. By putting local law enforcement on that scene, and let's just say we get there somewhat after the fact. Sheriff Lewis mentioned, and you all know, that these are fast-moving operations under the totality of stressful circumstances. It really, like I said, it really conflates this issue and just puts us in a very bad position. But to answer your question, sir, I believe it's the Department of Justice.
It's the DOJ?
Yes.
Okay. Can someone tell me whose job it is to investigate when there's maybe a broad, overarching concern about local law enforcement, whether it be the county, whether it be a municipal agency? Who investigates that?
It would probably be, if the concern was brought to the agency, it would be an internal affairs either of their agency or someone outside, correct?
Maybe I didn't word it right. Sorry. I guess what I'm saying is when Maryland police agencies have run into problems, whether it be profiling or other perceived complaints of impropriety on a large scale, like this is appearing to try to imply, who investigates them? Who gives an adjudication? Who gives a discipline out on that? Does the DOJ hand down?
No.
Does Attorney General will be first, but who when someone makes an official complaint in a federal court for a violation of their civil rights, who investigates it then?
DOJ.
Thank you. So the DOJ investigates local law enforcement, the same body that investigates ICE. Correct? If there's perceived impropriety, to get an appropriate investigation.
Yes, sir.
So I found it really interesting. Earlier, the other panel came up and they were talking about, we want Maryland State Police to investigate, or we want to have this or have the body cameras on. I just Googled. Google's a really cool thing, right? I just Googled any lawsuits against the state of Maryland law enforcement, and it comes up state police last year. Comes up Montgomery County Police, racial profiling. It comes up Baltimore City. 3 of our largest agencies in this state have a history of being investigated by the DOJ. So now we want to put officers who have been the target of some of these investigations in a position to record, document on what they saw, and submit that while they're in the performance of their duties to monitor another legal law enforcement act. Is it illegal what the ICE is doing in their enforcement of immigration laws?
No, sir.
Have every administration done it since 2000?
To the best of my knowledge, absolutely.
I would say, and there's been no outcry under those previous administrations, but under this administration, there's a huge outcry, because we want to, we don't like that they're following the law of the land, which the irony is, illegal immigrant or undocumented, whichever it is, I don't care what verbiage you use, they're still not documented, they're not here legally. There's countries around the world don't have the same policy as us. Like, you got to have documentation. to come in and exit.
Senator, is there a I just want to make sure we get to a question.
We'll get into a question.
We've had a lot of.
So what I'm asking is, can you tell ICE, our federal partners, who to detain?
No.
Can you tell ICE in monitoring them where to take that person?
No.
Do we know where ICE takes that person?
No.
And why don't we, we can say safely, though, that they're not kept in any Maryland detention facility, can we not?
Yes.
So if ICE picks them up in Maryland, is it safe to say that not only will they not be kept in Maryland, but their family probably won't know for some time where they go to?
Correct.
And why is that? Do you know why that is?
I won't tell you.
Because this body passed the Dignity Not Detention Act that said, you know what, we're not going to show you ICE. So this is just what I'm showing is, Mr. Chair, this is a step-tiered process. Maryland makes, it's like Maryland makes a move, then the DOJ still continues along their movement. They're doing enforcing federal law. Then Maryland's like, shoot, we messed up. Well, we're going to do this law now. Oh, we're not going to allow them to wear masks. We don't have an issue here in Maryland, but in Minnesota, we don't like it. So now we're going to do this.
Okay.
It's constantly chasing a perceived impropriety that is not the case. What it does is the dignity not detention requires Maryland that the DOJ, or I'm sorry, ICE is not allowed to house any arrestee in the state of Maryland, and they're transported to other states like Alabama, Texas. They're transported to areas, and their loved ones are not made aware of the at the time where they are, and may not know for some time, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So by this body's actions, is it fair to say that this body has done more damage?
Senator, can we just stay on the bill?
I am on the bill. The bill is about documenting them, and I'm trying to show that Maryland's chasing yet another unsubstantiated issue within the state of Maryland. Not an issue in Maryland. This is my point. The issue before was dignity not detention. We don't want them here because we don't want ICE. We passed that bill. Now we have an issue because now we're going to worry about ICE coming in here, and we're going to be transporting them down to, if we want to have, you know, perhaps if the speaker of the bill would have been able to speak, or the maker of the bill would have been able to speak on it, we would have had a better colloquy.
I just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to ask a question that these law enforcement officers, sheriffs can be responsive to. If you could, because we've a lot of.
I don't know how dignity not detention is not a part of what they do and have been limited from being able to do. I don't understand what you're asking.
I'm asking you to ask.
How is me asking them by the legislative body passing a law about dignity not detention in an effort to tell ICE to get out of the state, we're not going to allow you to house people here, then realizing upon passing that law that they messed up because now they've separated families with no knowledge where their loved one went to, and now here's another step in that process of trying to show ICE as a bad organization, but ICE has no.
I want to make sure that we're not giving speeches. I just want to make sure that you just ask the question.
Sheriff Lewis, in our colloquy here, did I ever not ask a question? Was I asking questions? I just want to be clear. I mean, maybe I'm just not thinking clearly here, but I'm pretty sure I'm asking questions. Am I asking questions? A lot of them are yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Am I making legitimate points that you're not allowed to house any illegal immigrant that is arrested or detained by ICE in the state of Maryland in your facility?
Very valid point.
I'll ask every sheriff here if I have to, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to. Sheriff Jenkins, are you allowed to house anybody here in your state, in your facility? Sheriff from Washington County?
Yes, sir.
No. Christopher Philly, Sheriff?
I don't have control over the detention facility.
Oh, you don't? Oh, you're lucky, I suppose.
All right. The families of those we can't house are suffering.
You can?
The families of those we cannot house are suffering.
Correct.
Because their loved ones being shipped all over the country.
And they don't know where they are for some time.
And I get calls on that.
Correct. And if you contact ICE, are they with the real good partnership that we have with our local partners and our federal belief, because, you know, this body has a conspiracy that ICE is bad, taking away the good people. I mean, when I look at this bill and how we, you know, there's just so many issues with this bill, but we keep talking about the illegal immigrant document or the illegal immigrant community and how federal partners are doing bad things, but we fail to make reasonable measures forward to protect those that are victimized by these illegal immigrants, because we're not allowed to contact and with our federal partners now through the 287G program, correct?
Correct.
So is that a hindrance to you in the performance of your duty?
Major hindrance.
And that is a hindrance across the state.
100%.
Can we just stay on the merits of this particular bill? I understand that you're trying to paint an overarching theme, which I appreciate, but for this hearing, I'd just very much like to stay on the four corners of the bill. If they could be responsive to some of your inquiries on the bill.
Okay. Is it your job, Sheriff, to ensure the safe transfer of an individual in custody as a result of an immigration enforcement action by our Immigration Customs Enforcement Division of the United States government?
No, sir.
Are they performing any act that is not in legal compliance with the United States Constitution or the laws therein that law enforcement swear to take an oath to protect?
And I believe if I tried to ensure a safe transfer, it would be obstruction.
That was my next point.
Yes, sir.
If you tried to intervene, what could those federal partners do?
Obstruction and impeding.
Could they arrest you?
They certainly could.
Would they have authority over you to make
Absolutely.
that?
Their handcuffs are bigger than mine.
Yes, sir. That's what I want. That's what I was trying to get at. Is there any other federal, have you ever heard, and I think you said unprecedented, so I just want to make sure we're covering this. And has there ever been a time where law enforcement of a local municipality has been asked to show up and record and document federal law enforcement and the legal performance duties of their job?
In my 42 years of law enforcement service, 22 years as a trooper, 20 years as the elected sheriff of my county, no, sir. It's unprecedented. It's never happened.
Okay. I appreciate your time, Sheriff. Thank you.
Mr. Senator.
All right, thank you very much. Further questions from this committee? All right, with seeing none, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 660. We'll now move on to Senator Love with Senate Bill 908.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of JPR, Senator Sarah Love here to present SB 908. We heard two bills earlier regarding the need for better systems around returning citizens to ensure they're successful in reintegration and are less likely to recidivate. SB 908 looks at what we are doing to people while they are still in, things that are damaging them, damaging people who may come back to our communities. There's so many things that I could say about what restrictive housing does, but I think we all know the damages that restrictive housing places on people: physical, emotional, psychological. So what SB 908 would do is it would change the definition of restrictive housing, requiring more time out of cell, place limitations on who could be placed in restrictive housing, as well as how long they can be kept there. I want to first note, and I mean this truly with no disrespect to our incredible DLS staff, but we had asked specifically that this bill be drafted toward DPSCS and not the locals. And unfortunately, I see that it didn't come out that way. So there's a lot of local opposition that I apologize for. But unfortunately, that was not our goal. That was not our intention. So here we are. But just to be clear for the record, this committee knows restrictive housing is what we call solitary confinement. And we so call it because we put two people in a cell, not one, most of the time. According to the United Nations, the severe and often irreparable psychological and physical consequences of solitary confinement and social exclusion are well documented and can range from progressively severe forms of anxiety, stress, and depression to cognitive impairment and suicidal tendencies. This deliberate infliction of severe mental pain or suffering may well amount to psychological torture. So when I was before you last year on a very similar bill, DPSCS was 2 years late in submitting its legislatively mandated report. We have since received their 2024 report, and I'm here to tell you that report is not good. FY 2024 marks the largest single-year increase in restrictive housing in 6 years. The overall rate of restrictive housing placements has increased at a faster pace than the general incarcerated population. During FY 2024, 5,976 individuals were placed on some form of restrictive housing, which represents a 14.5% increase compared to FY 23. There were 13,910 placements into restrictive housing during the year, a 29.5% increase from the previous year. Restrictive housing is a form of torture. It is ineffective as a form of discipline. It leaves lasting psychological and physical harm. These folks often come back into our community, and yet we are increasing its use. That simply makes no sense to me, and it is unacceptable. So I will leave you with this. A news report came out in December. Samuel Smalls was held in solitary confinement for 300 days. He recently reached a settlement against the state of Maryland for improper confinement. At most, he said, he received 3 hours out of the cell per week in an empty day room, but staffing shortages sometimes prevented even that. Quote, "What does that say about society? A free society," Smalls said. "That is our tax dollars actually facilitating this inhumane practice," end quote. I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 908. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Lucy Steinitz. I stand before you on behalf of MAJOR, the Maryland Alliance for Justice Reform, which is an all-volunteer organization with more than 2,000 members across member, and I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 908. We know that prolonged restrictive housing causes serious psychological and physical harm. We know that extended isolation increases depression, anxiety, and self-harm. It undermines rehabilitation and does not reliably improve safety. Maryland has the opportunity to align with a growing national consensus for reform. We do not have to reinvent the wheel here. States like New York, through the HALT Solitary Confinement Act, along with New Jersey and Colorado, have already limited restrictive housing to 15 days. These reforms were grounded in evidence and experience. SB 908 follows that proven model. The bill's protections for vulnerable populations are especially important. Youth, older adults, pregnant individuals, and people already living with serious mental illness or developmental disabilities are uniquely harmed by isolation. This legislation recognizes their humanity, and by reducing harm caused by restrictive housing, it reduces preventive medical and mental health crises after they leave incarceration. Requiring at least 4 hours out of cell each day supports programming, treatment, and safer facilities. And independent oversight through the Correctional Ombudsman ensures accountability in practice, not just on paper. This bill is balanced. We urge your favorable support. Thank you.
If you need to sit, you can stay seated. If you need to, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity once again to speak before you. My name is Perpetua Abongnala. I'm a Maryland resident in Montgomery County, District 20. I strongly support this bill, SB 908, because it's going to save lives. Just based off of what the other speakers have spoken, I was just in tears because those are my son's experience. My son, Funiba, who is 27 years old now, was incarcerated at the age of 20, has spent most of his time in restricted housing. He has serious mental illnesses prior to his incarceration, and his mental health conditions have significantly declined, and his physical health as well due to restricted housing. Funiba spent 4 months in restricted housing in 2023, 4 months in 2024, 11 months in 2025, and other times as well. And in 2025, Funiba was locked in restricted housing because he witnessed correctional officers assault his fellow cellmate who was left unconscious. So Funiba was targeted consistently and locked in restricted housing. Most of the time unjustly. I filed multiple grievance reports with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services and other agencies because he was denied medications, he was denied food, he was denied even water, he was denied out of cell time. He spent sometimes 26 days without his cell door open even once. And multiple times he had no time to go out to the yard for 4 months to breathe fresh air outside. So there was no resolution with those reports I filed. So I contacted a Mother's Cry, and with their intervention, immediately the Office of the Correctional Ombudsman assisted Funiba to be transferred to another facility where he's healing. I want to plead with you all to please consider this bill to be favorable to save lives.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I didn't catch your name earlier. I apologize.
My name is Perpetua Abongnela.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Whomever would like to go next.
Hello, everyone. Chairs, vice chairs. I'm Michelle Kennedy Quadio, Vice President of A Mother's Cry. I'm a money person. I'm a money, heart, and head person. I wish that we didn't have to legislate good business practices in organizations like the Department of Public Service and Corrections, but unfortunately, that's where we are today. However, I will say thank you to the Secretary because she has allowed us to work with the Commissioner starting last year, and we will continue this year. What we're looking at is bringing in expert consultants to create new modeling for restrictive housing and other areas that need improvement. This is what I've seen with restrictive housing. Like Perpetua has reported, sometimes restrictive housing is used for appropriate reasons. Somebody requests it. Sometimes it's used as retaliatory practices. Nonetheless, whether you're there for an infraction or you're there for administrative or restrictive housing, oftentimes you're in the cell alone, you don't see the light of day, you don't get any time outside of the cell. The medications that you're supposed to receive are not always received. And oftentimes, there was a case that was reported to us where the person was deprived water, food. So some of these things need further investigation to look at. I would say that I'm going to raise this with the Secretary and with the Commissioner as something that, in the meantime, until we pass legislation that may be needed, that we get it. But I will add a footnote. Those people that are not in restrictive housing are also relegated to their cells 23 out of 24 hours. And the reason and the root cause of all of this is we don't have money, and we don't have enough money to pay and recruit all the correctional officers and resident psychologists that we need. 70%, if you give me 15 seconds, 70% of our incarcerated individuals suffer from addiction, and of that, 30% suffer from dual diagnosis. Yet only 3% of that population gets effective counseling or psychological intervention. Restrictive housing is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pause here with the sponsors panel for questions, and then we'll move on to other witnesses. Senator McKay and then Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the sponsor, please. So you had made reference to, with DLS, that this was not the intention to encapsulate the local detention centers. So my
Correct.
question is, do you have an amendment that has been prepared to strike them out, or what is?
I do not have an amendment prepared, but if it is the will of the body to move this bill forward, I absolutely will, because that was never my intent.
Okay, thank you.
Senator West, go ahead.
Having just finished reading the copious opposition testimony from a great number of organizations, including the 6-page opposition filed by the Moore administration's Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services containing 28 bullet points. Not sure I've ever read opposition quite that lengthy from a state organization before. Let me just ask, would you consider turning, I think that the problem that you've identified of excessive isolation is a serious problem. Would you consider turning this into a study so we could spend a year studying this and get everybody involved, from the State Department of Corrections to the local authorities to advocates for better prison conditions? It seems to me that would be the way to go, rather than try to push this through to enactment this year. Does that make sense?
I'm absolutely open to that.
Thank you. With that, I'll not ask any more questions.
Senator West just laid out his retirement plan. Okay, any other questions for the sponsor or her panel? All right, we're then going to move into other advocates on behalf of the bill. I'm going to take everyone in person first, and then we'll switch to virtual. So in person, I have Gwendolyn Levi, Lucienne Parsley, Rachel London, Shanice Anderson. And I think I had Gwendolyn Levi is signed up twice here, but great. Whomever would like to go first.
Good afternoon.
At the podium, please.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee, Lucienne Parsley from Disability Rights Maryland. We are the designated Protection and Advocacy Center for Marylanders with disabilities. We have toured many of the state's correctional facilities, spending time on the SEG tiers, the mental health tiers, and in the infirmaries and special observation units, all of which use restrictive housing, meeting with individuals who are maintained in restrictive housing and reviewing case files and medical records. Our testimony is informed by what we have learned through this work and those directly impacted. I won't repeat the testimony that's already been presented regarding the significant harm to people with serious mental illness and other disabilities. But we have found that the care, supportive services, and mental health treatment provided to individuals to be seriously inadequate in these facilities. I want to address the fiscal note that DPSCS estimates will apply if the bill is enacted. We have questions about how DPSCS could have estimated that such a large increase in staff is needed given the already very significant staff shortages in DPSCS facilities. Such large staff shortages are unrelated to the use of restrictive housing, have resulted in problems with low morale of staff and also with increased violence in the facilities. DPSCS certainly needs to hire additional staff to ensure safe and efficient operations, but it is not clear to us that such additional hiring is needed to keep incarcerated persons out of restrictive housing. Further, as reported by the Department of Justice and many other researchers, a number of states that have reformed their restrictive housing policies have found significant decreases in their SEG populations, including lower violence, higher officer morale, and substantial cost savings. Thank you.
Thank you. Whomever would like to go next.
Hello again to the chair, vice chair, and members of the committee. Again, my name is Gwen Levi, and as you heard during my earlier testimony, I'm an advocate for justice-impacted people. I serve on several coalitions, and today I'm testifying this evening as a member of the Interfaith Action for Human Rights. As a senior justice impacted person who served 16 years of a 400-month sentence, a drug conspiracy sentence. 9 of those years were served in MCIW. I was a federal incarcerated person at the time. I have seen firsthand the consequences of solitary confinement on those with developmental and intellectual disabilities. Not just those, but on people who do not have, such as myself, those disabilities identified yet. I saw the consequences of not being able to know whether it's day or night, whether it's light, what day it is. They begin to run together. Not just the harm mentally, but the vulnerability of physical abuse by others. I spent time in segregated housing, as it's sometimes called, not always solitary confinement, not always restrictive housing. The sounds I heard were unbelievable. The trauma created by prolonged isolation is many times irreversible. Many times our disability-related behavior is addressed with punitive actions instead of measures to address the actual behavior. SB 908 will allow licensed mental health practitioners to assess and make recommendations. It will still deal with the behavior, but in a less harmful and holistic manner. I urge you to vote favorably for SB 908. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Shanice Anderson, and I serve as the Community Engagement and Reentry Coordinator for the Maryland Office of the Public Defender, where I work daily with individuals returning home from incarceration. As I sit in this singular role, I carry the weight of the voices of those who have endured extensive restrictive housing. I have listened to their stories, I have seen the impact, and I am here to ensure those experiences inform the policies that we shape today. I am in strong and express strong support for Senate Bill 908, Correctional Services Restrictive Housing. Many of the clients that I assist have spent extended periods in isolation prior to release. They return home, not only facing the ordinary barriers of reentry that we already have, employment, housing, transportation, and family reunification, but also the psychological and emotional impacts that prolonged isolation can intensify. Restrictive housing, particularly when used for extended durations, can significantly impair a person's ability to reintegrate successfully. Individuals often struggle with anxiety, depression, hypervigilance, and difficulty engaging in social interaction. Senate Bill 908 represents a necessary step forward and a step toward ensuring that restrictive housing is used in a limited, transparent, and accountable manner. Policies that promote oversight, clear criteria, and defined time limits create safer institutional environments while also preparing individuals for successful return to their communities. Public safety and humane treatment are not competing interests, they are interconnected. The Maryland Office of Public Defender respectfully urge the committee to give Senate Bill 908 a favorable report. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Rachel London. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Council. We are a statewide policy organization that creates change to make it possible for people with developmental disabilities to live the lives they want with the support they need. that doesn't always mean in the community. In fact, in the last 5 years, one of our priorities has been to make sure people with developmental disabilities are appropriately supported in the justice system, and that our policies in Maryland's jails and prisons appropriately support people with developmental disabilities. Senate Bill 980 does just that by including specifically people with developmental disabilities in the definition of vulnerable population. I would say me too to everyone before me, but also just add a couple of things specific to people with developmental disabilities. National data, we don't have this data in Maryland, but national data tells us that people in state and federal prisons are 4 times as likely, and jail inmates are more than 6 times likely to report an intellectual disability, which is a developmental disability, than the general population. You've heard a lot about how restrictive housing prevents people from getting the care and support they need. What we would also say, or what we also know to be true, is that because people, particularly those with developmental and intellectual disabilities, are not getting the support and accommodations they need, they are ending up in restrictive housing. In recognition of that, over the last 2 years, we have partnered with people with developmental disabilities and experts and trained 200 correctional supervisors as a pilot that we hope extends, 98% of whom said that training would positively impact people with DD in the facilities that they work in. Just add one last thing. If this does in fact turn into a study, we would strongly support someone participating that has expertise in people with developmental disabilities. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. London. Looking around, I see no questions for this panel. We'll now move to our virtual proponents, and I'll just read them off in the order in which I have them here. Natasha White, Chris Zacharias, Magdalena Siongas. Around, I see no questions for this.
I'm on.
All right. And so I know we are bringing them up as we speak.
Okay.
Natasha White, why don't you go first? Unmute yourself. If you are virtual and you have your YouTube feed going, if you could turn that off and just work through the Zoom, please. Ms. White.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Natasha White. I serve as the Director of Community. Sorry, can you see me?
We can now. Go ahead.
Okay, my apologies. My name is Natasha White. I serve as the Director of Community Engagement at Interfaith Action for Human Rights, and I'm also a survivor of long-term isolation. I strongly support SB 908, not only as an advocate, but as someone who has endured the lived reality of prolonged restrictive housing. What is described in policy language as management or security is a practice that the systemic breaking down of a human being. I spent years confined for nearly 23 hours a day in a cell where silence became suffering. The deprivation was not only physical, it was psychological and emotional. Time stopped making sense. Days blurred into one another. The absence of meaningful human contact altered the way I thought, the way I felt, even the way I related to myself. You begin to question your worth. You begin to internalize the message that you are something to be contained rather than someone capable of growth. Isolation did not rehabilitate me. It intensified the trauma I was already carrying. It heightened anxiety. It distorted my ability to regulate emotion. It required years of healing to unlearn the survival mechanisms that solitary confinement forced upon me. No one leaves that environment healthier. No one leaves more prepared to contribute positively to society. If the purpose of incarceration includes rehabilitation and public safety, then we must acknowledge that policies which erode mental stability and are counterproductive. True rehabilitation requires programming, education, mental health treatment, structured out-of-cell time, and meaningful human engagement. SB 908 places necessary limits on the use of restrictive housing and moves Maryland towards practices that reflect evidence, humanity, and long-term public safety. Accountability and dignity are not in conflict. We can maintain safety without inflicting them that lingers for years. Harm. I urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Okay, Magdalena, you are next. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, and you're good to go.
Great, thank you. Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. I'm Magdalena Chungus. I'm submitting testimony as the family member of an incarcerated person here in Maryland. My own loved one has spent a total of 4 years on and off solitary confinement early in his incarceration, which started when he was 19 years old, which has been an experience of profound isolation that impacts his mental health to this day. His mental health diagnoses, which he's had since childhood, were never considered as factors to prevent him from being put in restrictive housing. And in fact, people's mental health diagnoses are often the reason they're put in restrictive housing. There's no meaningful mental health treatment for the majority of incarcerated people in Maryland prisons, and instead restrictive housing and various units can often serve as a way to control rather than treat the behaviors that individuals with mental illness display. This past weekend, when I was visiting my loved one, I saw yet another mother who was visiting her son, who has been held in restrictive housing because of his mental health diagnosis, where he's been for years. On that restrictive unit, he has only allowed a 30-minute visit with his mother through plexiglass, and they cannot touch or hug each other. Going years without being able to hug your family is not treatment, but people are perpetually kept on restrictive mental health units because the stabilization of their mental health issues is not happening in the prison environment. The problem is getting worse, as we heard from Senator Love. In 2022, there were 370 people with severe mental illness in restrictive housing. In 2024, that number had more than doubled to 886 individuals with serious mental illness. Average lengths of stay on these units range from 30 to 110 days, when international standards say confinement beyond 15 days is torture. So make no mistake that Maryland is torturing people in prison by keeping them alone in cells, deprived of human contact for sometimes years at a time. I urge a favorable report on SB 908. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Zacharias, you're up next.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the chair and committee. I'm Reverend Christopher Zacharias. I serve as Executive Director of Interfaith Action for Human Rights, and I offer this testimony in strong support of SB 908, which places meaningful limits on the use of restrictive housing in Maryland jails and prisons. So my support is rooted in the principles of restorative justice. Incarcerated people should have real opportunities to heal, to prepare for successful reentry. And with appropriate wraparound services, spiritual care, mental health support, education, and social resources, people can return to their communities healthier and more stable. The research is clear that prolonged solitary confinement causes severe psychological harm, and confinement beyond 15 days is widely recognized as torture. And I support the strict limits on duration, including no more than 20 days within a 60-day period. Also, encouraging that rehabilitative programs and requiring at least 4 hours of meaningful out-of-cell time each day. These protections are essential to preserving human dignity. We understood the Maryland current practices remaining deeply concerned, as the reports continue to show an average of 42.5 days, far above what research and international standards deem harmful. And the most recent reports show an alarming increase in restrictive housing, especially among those who have mental health diagnoses. And this trend continues to rise and has serious concerns of oversight, accountability, and disproportionate harm to vulnerable individuals. So Maryland has the opportunity to lead with integrity and compassion, and passing SB 908 would reduce harm, promote rehabilitation, and uphold the values of justice and human dignity. Thank you for your consideration. I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Thank you so much. Any questions for our virtual witnesses? All right, seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony here today. We'll now move to the opponents of the bill, who are all in person, I believe. I have Timothy Sellin, Ryan Ross, Daniel Galbraith, Mary Ann Thompson, Sarah Sample. Whomever would like to go first.
All right. Good afternoon, committee, chair, vice chair. I'm Ryan Ross, MCAA past president, director of the Charles County Detention Center, and a subject matter expert on jail operations and management. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 908 from a practical stance, not an ideological one. As a local administrator, I can't increase recreation time to 4 hours. That's part of the Title IX change. It's not a I won't, it's not an I don't want to, it's really just an I can't. I know you're thinking 2 hours more, it shouldn't be a big deal, but it is. My facility is over 30 years old. It wasn't designed with this mandate in mind. The same can be said for all facilities in Maryland. I think reform is workable, but not as written in SB 908. I need a jail that is designed to this bill. Everything from engineering to staffing, policy, practice. I also understand that the Title X language won't affect local jails. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least provide some insight. You've heard the advocates speak of success in other states like New York, New Jersey, Colorado, Connecticut. The success has largely been in the passage of the law. Years later, many facilities in those states are still in the implementation phase and not in compliance. Reform hasn't truly materialized. There's been a reported rise in litigation and violence. Advocates in those states are frustrated because the facilities are using workarounds and loopholes that circumvent the spirit of the law. If restrictive housing is truly a priority, I respectfully request an unfavorable report on SB 908 and suggest forming a work group of jail leaders, national experts, and planners to develop safe, practical policies and designs. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Major Timothy Seal, and I'm the Assistant Warden at Frederick County Sheriff's Office at the Detention Center. I've sent in a detailed written statement, which is going to have all kinds of information. I just want to talk about two things real quick. As previously stated, my facility, the way we're set up, all of our housing units are all the same. Anywhere from 5 to 12 cells. In order for me to have everybody out for 4 hours a day, I don't have enough space or time in the day. The only way to get that, and of course we all know the state has no money, is I would need an addition to build an additional 50 beds for anywhere from $20 to $30 million. In order to comply with the 4-hour mandate only for the locals. In our facility, 65% of all of our restricted housing is either what we call mental health checks, or a mental health professional has put them on that type of check, or on suicide watch. Only 35% is due to disciplinary. And right now, we're averaging 10.96 days in restrictive housing. With regards to some of the other bills in some of the other states, I actually have some information. New York, the HALT Act. Since the HALT Act started in 2022, inmate on staff assaults has risen by 72%. And inmate on inmate assaults has increased in that same time frame 100%. And also in that 2-year period from 2022 to 2024, there's been a 32% rise in contraband due to the HALT Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wallstreicher and the committee for having me. My name is Sarah Sample. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties, and we are in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 908. We absolutely appreciate the intent of the sponsor to exclude local jurisdictions. I think you're going to hear from some of our local representatives why that is an important thing to do, and I would be gladly work on amendments to make that work. The one thing I just really want to point out with my time is that it's not that counties are against making, important investments in the facilities and the renovations in these buildings, especially when we can do it. And I think the new medical wing in Frederick is a perfect example of that. It's a beautiful renovation. That's something that the state and the county worked on together. But our ability to do things like that is getting more and more limited each year, just because of the types of cost constraints that we are under because of things that are happening at the state level. And so we're losing some of that fiscal self-determination locally. And I'll just highlight a few things really quick just so that the committee understands that, because I don't want you to think that we aren't considering this in an important way. One is that this, we've got state cost shifts that are coming our way that for the last 2 years it's been about $200 million. And those are things that we have no control over. We're really just getting a state invoice while they're trying to balance their budget. The other thing, I know this is not an education committee, but the blueprint, statewide, we are about $2 billion over right now in the local investment from what that was supposed to cost us. And then the last thing is just that there are dozens of bills that also bring with it fiscal mandates on local jurisdictions. And so you could have a jurisdiction that wants to do an improvement that could make something like this possible, but it's just with context like that, it's just our hands end up being tied. So, but again, we appreciate the exclusion. We'll work on the amendments with the sponsor, but we're right now in respectful opposition. Thank you.
So good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann Thompson, and I serve on the Legislative Committee for the Maryland Correctional Administrators Association, which represents wardens and administrators of local detention centers around the state. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Senate Bill 908. MCA strongly opposes Senate Bill 908. While we share the goal of improving correctional practices, this bill as drafted poses serious legal, operational, and safety concerns. My colleagues have already talked about the operational and the physical impacts. Unfortunately, we were just not designed to be able to go forward. And they've already talked about the lessons from other states that have come forth. And the recommended path forward, MCA is not opposed to reform. We oppose implementing restrictions without the necessary infrastructure and planning. We urge the committee to establish a work group to develop model policies and operational strategies before imposing statutory mandates. This proactive approach will ensure compliance with constitutional standards, reduce exposure to litigation, maintain safety for staff and incarcerated individuals, and avoid costly retroactive fixes and emergency measures. For these reasons, MCA respectfully requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 908. Reform must be implemented in a manner that is legally sound, operationally practical, and protective of public and institutional safety. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Senators. My name is Dan Galbraith. I serve as the warden of the Harford County Detention Center. As a warden, I stand before you in firm opposition of the proposed legislation as written. I'm going to go off script a second, and I was always warned, be careful what you volunteer for. But ma'am, if you're going to amend the bill and you're going to do a study, I will volunteer my time to be on your committee to study this. Because we, all the wardens, care about the inmates in our care and custody, and we want to see the right thing. But before that, we need to get the Maryland Department of Mental Health. They need to be a part of the conversation. They need to be held accountable because we are housing inmates in our detention centers that have been ordered to Department of Mental Health, and they're beyond their 10 days. They are the ones that are harming these individuals by not caring for them as ordered by a court judge. I would like to point out that all housing areas in correctional facilities is restrictive housing. The individuals committed to the local detention centers are there because either a judge or a district court commissioner has ordered their confinement in a secured environment. As wardens, it is our responsibility to manage the inmates' behavior for the safety of all inmates and staff working in our detention centers. Each detention center was designed differently at different periods of times. So trying to create a single piece of legislation pertaining to correctional housing in Annapolis is a mistake. Have you visited and toured your local detention center? Have you sat down and talked with your local warden about their jail and their housing? Each jail is operated a little differently based on our facility and staffing. We all follow. I urge you to reconsider this legislation instead of work with I urge you to reconsider this legislation. Instead, work with correctional leaders to craft balanced legislation that protects the vulnerable population while preserving the tools necessary to keep everyone safe. Reform should strengthen safety and rehabilitation, not undermine the ability to protect lives in crisis.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Questions for this panel? All right, seeing no questions, you're all on the task force with Senator Love and Senator West. We thank you for your time. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 908. Let's talk about what is next. I know we are going to find Senator Lamb, who is the sponsor of the next bill, and I know the chairman wants to return for the next piece of legislation as well. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We are not going to adjourn, and here's what that means. It means the cameras are still on. It means the mics can still be live. So we encourage you to be cautious as we take this break here for the next 5 minutes or so. We'll be back shortly.
Ready to go. All right, welcome back. Good afternoon. We are now on Senate Bill 791 with Senator Lamb. Welcome back. Welcome.
Thank you. Don't remember if I've been in front of the JPR this session yet or not, but happy to be here. If we can have the panel come up as well. So we have Alice Barrett from supervising, or from CASA. We have Stephanie Wolf from the Office of Public Defender, Noreen Shaw from ACLU, their National Political Advocacy Division, and Joe Mead from Georgetown Law. All right, thank you, Chair Smith and members of the committee. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12, here to present SB 791, the Community Trust Act. This bill is seeking to codify what the General Assembly had originally intended when we passed the 287G ban, that our jails would not be used as the front door to the federal government's chaotic and oftentimes unlawful deportation pipeline that we have seen over the last couple months. Despite SB 245 being signed into law, we have actively seen sheriffs who are searching for loopholes in unofficial agreements with ICE, maintaining ICE's unjust influence and authority in our state. Under the Community Trust Act, local and state jails would not be permitted to investigate immigration status or to detain or transfer an individual for immigration purposes without a judicial warrant, eliminating new under-the-table agreements that have been taking place between ICE and certain Maryland sheriff's departments. This is not seeking to interfere with legitimate criminal law enforcement activity. This is simply seeking to treat ICE the same way counties are treated. Currently, if an individual is held in a county jail, they will be detained and transferred to the jurisdiction of another Maryland county pursuant to warrants or other judicial orders. There is not a current way to use a purely administrative tool to provide cross-county detention or transfer. Our state's attorneys or police seek warrants from independent judicial officers. We should expect ICE to do the same before they permanently remove someone from the jurisdiction of one of our state's courts. When it comes to individuals wanted by other states, there is already a Maryland law that exists that lays out the process for interstate extradition. This involves both our courts and our governor and provides for habeas proceedings for those contesting their extradition. There is nothing in that process even close to what ICE wants, which is to transfer an individual solely based on the request of a law enforcement agency. This bill is not about standing in the way of lawful federal activity. It is seeking to ensure that our jails are not a pipeline for unlawful actions. We have seen ICE detain citizens, deport the wrong person, ignore court orders, and deport immigrants with non-removal orders to foreign prisons. We have seen that once an immigrant enters the deportation system, there is questionable access to due process, and at minimum, we should be asking that a judicial officer, a judge, look at a case before we put someone into that system. As with the 287G bill, you will likely hear testimony that this bill will result in increased ICE actions on our streets. I do want to point out that jail cooperation does not appear to reduce ICE street arrests. While Frederick County had a 287G program, there were more street arrests by ICE than in Howard County, one of the counties that I represent, for example. And even though Howard County is larger and has a higher foreign-born population, this was the case. Ultimately, SB 791, the Community Trust Act, is about restoring legislative intent, protecting due process, and maintaining trust between constituents and local law enforcement. And for these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report. Happy to turn over to other members of this panel and to take questions at the end. Thank you.
If you could come to the podium, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Smith,
Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the committee. My name is Alice Barrett, and I am the Managing Attorney for Immigration Legal Services at CASA, today here representing our membership. And thank you, Senator Lamb, for sponsoring this bill. For nearly 40 years, CASA has worked with immigrant families in Maryland, and today we serve more than 180,000 members and handle approximately 1,800 service cases a month. We operate Maryland's largest raid response hotline, and so when we speak about consequences of local cooperation with ICE, we're not speculating. We are responding to what CASA members are living through every day. Last week, Governor Moore signed into law a ban on 287G agreements, and this victory was absolutely critical. But it was only the first step. In 2025, nearly 29% of Maryland residents arrested by ICE were transferred directly from local jails, and more than 80% of those transfers were in fact unrelated to 287G. While we have stopped formal agreements, law enforcement is still cooperating with ICE informally and voluntarily every day. Informal jail transfers are now the primary pathway from Maryland custody into ICE detention. For CASA members, this means a parent disappears before their case is resolved, children lose their primary caregivers overnight, rent goes unpaid, victims never get to see justice when prosecutions are disrupted, businesses break down, and once members are transferred, we have countless reports of extremely violent arrests, shackling of hands and feet, denial of food and water, basic medical care, overcrowded conditions. In truth, for some, getting transferred to ICE amounts to a death sentence. This bill does nothing to stop ICE from doing its job. It only limits Maryland's involvement in ICE's work in ways that circumvent due process and co-opt limited state and local resources for the now most highly funded law enforcement agency in the country. It ensures that law enforcement follows the Constitution, and we therefore urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide informational testimony about the legal issues surrounding Senate Bill 791. My name is Joseph Mead. I'm Special Litigation Counsel at the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection, a nonpartisan institute at Georgetown Law School. We specialize in constitutional law, as our name would implies. We litigate constitutional issues, we study the Constitution, we teach, and we advise governments across the country. This bill does a few constitutionally grounded things. First, it reaffirms Maryland's sovereign authority to decide how state and local resources are used and prevents the diversion of state and local law enforcement resources away from solving crime towards federal immigration enforcement. Second, the bill ensures that state and local governments comply with constitutional requirements. It is not lawful for state and local governments to detain somebody solely based on an ICE detainer. The Constitution requires that generally law enforcement have probable cause that a person has committed a crime in order to detain them. And unless an exception applies, that probable cause must be stated in a judicial warrant. ICE detainers do not justify a constitutionally compliant seizure under these requirements. They generally do not state probable cause that a person has committed a crime, as it is generally not a crime to be in the United States without lawful status. ICE detainers are not warrants in a constitutional sense. They are not issued by a judicial officer. They are merely administrative requests. Neither federal nor state law authorizes state or local officers to detain somebody solely based on an ICE detainer. This bill properly leaves enforcement of immigration law to the federal government while protecting Maryland residents from unlawful detention. As I set forth in greater detail in my written testimony, this bill is consistent with federal law and furthers constitutional values. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Noreen Shah, and I'm the Director of Immigration Policy at the National ACLU. In my role, I work with legislators around the country who, like you, are debating measures that are important to protect the communities that they serve from masked violent federal agents who are tear gassing children, dragging elderly people from their cars, turning our highways into immigration checkpoints, following families into the emergency room to deport them, and killing people and covering it up, all in the pursuit of their goal, which is 100 million deportations from our country. They are unleashing this terror in states all over the country, including states like Florida that welcome them in. And in the face of this enormous assault on our rights and safety, many states are considering measures like this one that would ensure that their residents do not have to fear that calling 911 will mean that masked agents show up at their doorstep. By enacting this measure, the state of Maryland would be joining states like Oregon, Washington, California, Illinois, Colorado, Vermont, Maine, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Jersey, states that have moved to protect their communities. Why is this necessary? In the days since Governor Moore signed the 287G law, we've seen sheriffs move to circumvent it, using informal collusion arrangements that are beyond public scrutiny. One sheriff said he planned to provide arrestee lists to ICE to, quote, review and check it. Another said he was replacing his 287G agreement with something that, quote, doesn't look much different. We know what happens if we fail to act. We know that where loopholes exist, ICE will seek to exploit them to cajole law enforcement into assisting in a dangerous, deadly drive to deport our neighbors and our family members, and we can't let that happen. I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Wolf. I'm the Director of Immigration Services at the Public Defender's Office, and we respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on SB 791. This bill promotes trust in our institutions by creating a clear, uniform, easily implemented statewide policy that keeps our law enforcement separate from ICE. And it ensures that our officials remain focused on public safety through the enforcement of state law. I want to highlight two ways that the status quo is undermining community trust. First, disparate local jail policies are causing widespread Fourth Amendment violations. Across Maryland, people are being held on administrative ICE detainers after they are ordered released from local custody without judicial authorization. This occurs both due to written policies that specifically allow for illegal holds and because policies exist that are unclear or are improperly implemented. This bill clarifies that proper legal authority is required for any arrest or continued detention, protecting our basic rights and reducing the risk of lawsuits. Second, informal collaboration practices are undermining due process, particularly when officials help ICE arrest someone before their day in court or after their Maryland case has resolved without a conviction. These practices funnel Marylanders into deportation proceedings on the basis of charges that are never proven, on the basis of wrongful arrests, false allegations, and minor offenses. 78% of ICE detainer arrests in non-287G counties in 2025 involved people with no conviction, and many more involved people convicted only of traffic offenses. Communities can see this pattern, and it erodes trust in our institutions. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much for your testimony, Senator, and for the first panel. Questions from the committee? All right, Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple of questions for the sponsor, if I could. I'm looking at page 2 of your bill, where it says court order does not include a document issued by the United States Department of Homeland Security. Can you cite for me the section of the U.S. Code which authorizes the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to issue court orders?
I mean, I'm not an attorney, but, and maybe somebody else on the panel can cite the U.S. Code. I think the intention here is that we would like a judicial officer or a judge to review these detainers that are issued, right? And I think the intention is not just to have an administrative detainer signed by, you know, a federal official that has not appeared before a judge for a signed warrant to be issued.
But your bill uses the term, a defined term, court order, and I'm trying to ferret out where in the code the United States Department of Homeland Security is authorized to issue court orders? Does anybody else on the panel, you aware of a section of the U.S. Code which authorizes the Department of Homeland Security to issue court orders?
There is no section of the U.S. Code that authorizes.
If you could come, because of the panel, sorry, yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, no worries, sure.
There's no section of the U.S. Code that authorizes the Department of Homeland Security, which is a component of the executive branch, to issue court orders.
Great, thank you. So back to the sponsor, if I could. It also defines court order as not including a document issued by the United States Department of Justice. Can you give me the section of the U.S. Code which authorizes the U.S. Department of Justice to issue court orders?
I presume the answer is that there is none.
Well, if neither the Department of Homeland Security nor the Department of Justice is authorized to issue court orders, why would your bill specifically say the court order doesn't include a document which neither of the agencies has the authority to issue in the first place?
Yeah.
Respectfully, with regard to the Department of Justice, that encompasses virtually all of the trial-level immigration courts, which are under the Executive Office for Immigration Review, which is a component of the U.S. Department of Justice. And so they do regularly issue court orders, including orders of removal, orders of asylum. However, they are not Article III courts. They are Article I courts because they're still under the executive branch.
And again, the name of these courts are what?
They're referred to colloquially as immigration courts. They are under the Executive Office of Immigration Review, EOIR, and their authority is described in the Immigration and Nationality Act.
So under this bill, if I'm reading it correctly then, under this bill, the term court order doesn't include any court order issued by the United States immigration courts, correct?
That is correct.
So, all right, well, we'll come to what happens with these court orders later on. Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
I'm next going down to the definition of judicial warrant. The bill says judicial warrant doesn't include a document issued by the United States Department of Homeland Security. The sponsor of the bill, are you aware of any section of the U.S. Code that authorizes the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to issue judicial warrants?
I don't believe there is.
What's that?
I don't think there is.
All right. Judicial warrant is also defined as any document issued by the United States Department of Justice. Does the U.S. Department of Justice authorized to issue judicial warrants under the U.S. Code?
No.
Well, then once again, since neither the Department of Homeland Security nor the Department of Justice is authorized to issue judicial warrants, why would your bill state that judicial warrant doesn't include documents which neither of the agencies is authorized to issue?
Should I clarify? I'm happy to clarify this again. So the reason that these agencies are specifically exempt as issuers of quote-unquote judicial warrants in this legislation is that the Department of Homeland Security through ICE does in fact regularly create so-called warrants of arrest for aliens and other types of warrants that are issued and signed only by the agency itself. So they do not have the checks and balances of a judicial warrant that you would see in the context of any other law enforcement agency where there is a judicial officer or a judge who actually has to assess whether there's probable cause, whether the warrant should be issued. It's simply the Department of Homeland Security titling a document as a warrant and having an agent of ICE sign it. And that is one of the reasons that that is exempt, because that is not subject to sufficient checks and balances to determine whether it should in fact be honored by local facilities.
Okay, that's helpful. Now, let's go down to Section B of the bill at the bottom, page 2. Back, I guess, to the sponsor, if I could. What Section B says is that an employee or agent of a state or local correctional facility may not, in the course of that employee's or agent's duties, to detain or prolong the detention of an individual, 3, at the request of a federal immigration authority unless presented with a valid judicial warrant. Now, as we've just determined judicial warrant, as defined up above, does not include warrants issued by the Department of Homeland Security, correct?
Correct.
So the purpose of this bill is to preclude state and local correctional facilities from complying with federal warrants. Is that correct?
They can comply with a judicial warrant signed by
but
a judge.
not by warrants issued by ICE. So this bill constitutes
Correct.
a direct confrontation with ICE and specifically says that Maryland law enforcement authorities are not permitted to comply with warrants issued by ICE, correct?
I would posit that those are not warrants, but that those are documents issued by ICE. Requests.
And then the next section of the bill goes on and says that the local authorities also may not notify the federal immigration authorities that an individual is in custody unless required by a valid court order. And as your witness said a few minutes ago, we're talking there about court orders issued by immigration courts. So under this bill, if an immigration court issues an order requiring that federal authorities be advised that an individual is in custody, this bill says that local law enforcement agencies are required to violate that court order issued by the federal immigration courts. Accurately? Isn't that accurate? Isn't that what this bill does?
I don't believe that's entirely accurate. I think when we're referring to a court order, it's a court order signed by someone in the judiciary system, a judge.
No. Earlier your witness testified that it could be signed by a federal immigration court. We're not talking about the judiciary, the independent. We're talking about the immigration court, which is a part of the Department of Homeland Security. So as I read this bill, what it says is if an immigration court issues a court order requiring local authorities to advise the ICE, the federal agency, that an individual is in custody, under this bill, the local authorities in Maryland are required to disobey that court order issued by the federal immigration court. Is that correct?
If I may respectfully, the scenario that you're describing is not one that we see in practice. The immigration courts are not, in fact, courts that are required to issue court orders or judicial warrants in order to, yes.
So you're saying immigration courts don't issue court orders?
Not for the purpose of receiving notification of whether or not an individual is in a local or state facility. They would have that information anyway through national databases in which the location of these individuals are tracked, and they would receive updates automatically in their court dockets as to where the individual over whom they are.
Bill is passed. If a federal immigration court were to issue a warrant or a court order, this bill would require the state authorities to not comply with that warrant or that court order, correct?
Hypothetically, however, as I've stated, that's not the way in which immigration courts tend to function.
All right, let me keep going. Back to the sponsor, if I could. Now I'm at the bottom of page 3. This is where we really get into the juicy stuff. It says, unless required by state or federal law, a court or a court order, an employee or agent of a state or local correctional facility may not, in the course of the employee's duties, provide information to federal immigration authorities. So, suppose state or local correctional facilities are involved with an investigation and they need someone to process a set of fingerprints. As I read this bill, they are not permitted to supply the fingerprints to the FBI so the FBI can take a look at the fingerprints and get back and let them know who produced those fingerprints. Am I correct in that?
I don't know if that in that instance, the FBI is directly requesting that of the state or local correction official. It is possible that some of this information is reported through NCIC and is already present in that federal database for federal officials to be able to pull down.
Well, the fingerprint would have to be provided to the federal authorities so they could process it. And as I read this bill, it says that the local facility is not permitted to provide information to federal immigration authorities. So am I not correct that the federal authorities would not be permitted under this bill to process fingerprints?
Good afternoon, Senator. All people who are booked into a correctional facility are fingerprinted, and those fingerprints are, as a matter of routine booking, submitted to the FBI, and that FBI database is available to DHS. So we're not hiding fingerprints here.
Well, if all that information is available to federal immigration authorities, the way I read this bill is that local authorities could not provide that fingerprint information to the federal government because then it's accessible to federal immigration authorities, and that's specifically prohibited by the bill. Am I wrong in that assumption or that reading of the bill? What about the bill have I read wrong here?
I don't think that's at all the intention of the bill.
What's the language of the bill?
And I'm sure Mr. Sponsor would be happy to discuss a clarification, but I think the clear intention here is to continue to allow prints to go into NCIC as a matter of routine booking.
How about DNA information? Mr. Sponsor, if I could have you again. Under the same section, as I read this, the local authorities are not permitted to provide information to federal authorities. Information would include DNA. So if you're doing an investigation and you've collected DNA and you need it to be analyzed and you normally would provide it to the federal government, as I read this bill, it precludes that information being provided to the federal authorities. Was that your intention when you drafted the bill?
I don't think that's the intention. I think, if there are, number one, if there are amendments that need to be addressed to help tighten up the language, we are certainly open to that. I don't think DNA is technically ordinarily reported to the FBI on a routine basis. So, I don't think this is intended to have, to be the case for anyone routinely apprehended by our state and local law enforcement folks to have the DNA going into a federal database.
So let me ask you another one. If there's a joint federal-state task force to try to explore and break up prison gangs in Maryland, as I read this bill, it says the state authorities, the local authorities, are not permitted to provide information to federal authorities about any information uncovered in the context of a joint federal-state task force. So are we really saying that if there's a joint federal-state task force, that the state officials are not permitted to communicate any information uncovered by the task force to the federal people who are working with them on the task force? Is that what this bill does?
I don't think that's what the bill does either. I think the bill in here identifies that this would be sharing of information with federal immigration authorities. If there are other folks that are federal agents that are not immigration related, that would be permissible.
Well, the federal immigration authorities are part of the Department of Homeland Security, correct?
Well, the Department of Homeland Security is very broad.
It is very broad. And if this federal state task force is trying to deal with these gangs in prisons, and part of their need is to interface with the Department of Homeland Security, it sounds as if this would stop such a federal state task force in its tracks. Am I wrong?
I don't think
with how I read the bill?
That's not my interpretation of this language.
Well,
I think federal, ordinarily, when it comes to FBI agents, for example, there are other agents within, Department of Homeland Security that are also present that are not ICE. Those are not federal immigration authorities. And so that information could still be utilized in the example that you just gave to be able to engage in ordinary law enforcement activities that are not immigration related.
And just have, if I could, Mr. Chair, one or two more questions. I'm now on to page 4 of the bill, and it says the policy required by this subsection shall include penalties for an employee or agent who violates the requirements of this section. The penalties include actual damages, punitive damages, and injunctive relief. Let's talk about punitive damages for a moment. Is there any limit to the amount of punitive damages that could be claimed or obtained by someone who claims to have been injured by the conduct of state and local correctional authorities?
There are no punitive damages that are, capped in this legislation. This is also not the only example, I think, in existing state statute where there are no caps on punitive damages.
Yeah, but this is the only, punitive damages can't be granted unless there's state legislation authorizing the imposition of punitive damages. I'm not aware of any other legislation in Maryland, any other statute in Maryland, which allows state and local correctional authorities to be hit with punitive damages. Are you aware of any other statute in Maryland which so permits punitive damages to be imposed on state and local correctional authorities?
I am not.
And it was your intent when you drafted the bill to allow these sorts of lawsuits to be brought against any state or local correctional official who allegedly violated the provisions of this bill?
I think the intention is for state and local correctional facilities to abide by the law and therefore not have to be inflicted with potential actual punitive or injunctive relief.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, nice to see you. Thank you for the bill. So I'm trying to wrap my head around what you're trying to accomplish here other than create an opportunity for more illegal criminal activity. So I don't want to say who, I think it may have been the professor made the comment about he wants to ensure that they follow the Constitution, and I appreciate that. And and all police officers, federal, local, they all take an oath to swear to protect and uphold the Constitution of the state of Maryland, or the Constitution of the United States and the laws therein, I believe is exactly how it says, is the oath. And when that oath happens, is there laws on the books currently that make illegal immigration illegal?
It is not illegal for someone to be in this country undocumented.
It is not. So it's okay. There's no law. So under Section 8 of the United States Code, Section 13, subsection 1325, where it talks about, and I'll read you exactly what it says, talks about that it makes it a crime to enter or attempt to enter outside the designated ports, elude inspection, or use false documents. It's a federal law criminalizing the unauthorized entry into the United States. So you're saying that law doesn't exist? That law doesn't make it? I'm not asking you, ma'am.
You're talking about the entry. The presence of someone here is not illegal.
How did they get here without the entry? Did they just poof appear?
Well, if law enforcement wants to be at the entry points to be able to apprehend individuals that are violating that section of the statute.
So we can agree that there is a section in the law, Section 8.
On entry.
On entry or being in the country, first offense, to enter, attempt to enter. So if they're here, they've already broken the law because they've failed to follow. Because don't we have a legal process for immigration?
We have a broken process for immigration.
You can address that with your good friends in Washington, D.C. that just would love to. I encourage them to do that. We're talking about right now. Is there a legal process?
The legal process for
citizenship in this country.
Sure.
And this bill would say that when I'm looking at it, and again, I want to clarify, in the United States Code, it does say specifically is a federal law criminalizing unauthorized entry. Okay? So when people on your panel are talking about, well, it's just, it's not criminal, it's a civil law. No, there's actually penalties associated with it. 6 months for a first offense, up to 2 years for a subsequent offense. So when we're talking.
And it is not criminal, it is civil. It's just
No, it's a criminal law.
The presence of someone.
If you come in the country illegally without the proper entry method, which is improper entry by alien, is actually what the subsection says, it makes it an alien who enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than a designated immigration office. Makes it a crime.
The entry.
It's a crime.
Yeah.
So they're, wherever they appear in the country, it doesn't matter because they've come across the borders. We have borders for a reason. So on your bill, talking about, the status of people, because now that we've established that it is a criminal act to mysteriously appear within the boundaries of our country, what are we doing? This bill would make it, why would it not be okay to ask someone about through a standardized process? So we had the 287G program. You guys thought that was very broken and slanted and was very race-based. But what that program actually did is it offered a standardized series of questions that were asked to every person. You guys better text faster because I'm gonna go on my next question. That it goes to it was a standardized process. It was clear, open for the community to keep eyes on. Now what you've created by taking away the 287G program, because there are other counties in this state that worked with ICE without a 287G agreement. Did you know that?
Yeah. That's what we're trying to, that's what
you're trying to get rid of right now. I mean, we just want to have everybody here illegally. I hope you guys open up like extra bedrooms in your homes. Because when we're doing this during an arrest, what is the problem in asking where they were born? Because it's a standard question for everybody.
I don't think that's relevant to why necessarily they're being apprehended, right?
But it would be relevant to if
and
they're
asking
here
about where they
legally,
were
correct?
born and their immigration status that's not a violation under state law. That's a violation under federal law. If the federal
Correct. So
government wants to enforce that law, they're welcome to come do that.
So you would like our local law enforcement to be complicit in their responsibility to uphold
No, I would like
the
our local
Constitution
law
of the United
enforcement
States
to-
and the laws therein.
I would like our
That they
local
put an
law
oath.
enforcement to focus on enforcing state and local law.
It is a law. It's a federal law.
It's a federal law, not a
Correct.
state law.
So, so by this measure, by this bill as it's written, if a rapist who was previously undocumented has due process, because I always hear about due process, like we're not affording due process, but we give the rapist due process, he assaults one of our wonderful, beautiful citizens, vulnerable, is arrested, charged, convicted, sentenced, serves the sentence, is getting ready to be released, is known to be undocumented in the country illegally. So by this bill, we're enabling this behavior to continue. But by completing their sentence of incarceration, does this bill allow, at that point in time, when we're getting ready to now, after numerous years of incarceration, without a home to go back to, without a job to go back to, oh, and by the way, they're here illegally, does this bill allow the correctional officers to contact the proper authorities, federal authorities, whose job it is to protect our country, our borders? Does it make it, are they liable? Could they be found liable if they contact ICE?
You're talking about somebody who's already served their time?
Yes. And they're getting ready to be released.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be released out into the community, or we're supposed to work with our federal partners to have them removed from our country for the protection of our country, mind you.
These folks have served their time, and if the federal government, after they've served their time, wants to come pick them up because of enforcing federal immigration law, they can do so. But again, this bill, if it were passed into statute, would prohibit state and local officials from proactively, for an individual who's already served their time, for state and local officials to contact them.
So we're okay with having the release of a sexual predator who's in the country illegally being released out?
No different than any other sexual predator who's been released to have served their time.
Okay, I just want to be on the record. You're okay with them being released back out in the community to rape more?
I'm okay with everyone being treated equally under the law.
Could this bill, the passage of this bill, could potentially be deemed complicit by a failure to report to the federal partners in compliance with federal law if the subject that we just discussed goes out into the community and were to rape another person?
There are a lot of presumptions in there. I think, ideally the folks who have served their time have been rehabilitated by the judicial system that they have served their time with and would go out being regular law-abiding citizens. That's the fact with anyone who's served their time as being released.
Okay. So when we, where's the GW law professor? Is that you, sir? Do you mind? Oh, I'm sorry, Georgetown. I apologize, sir. Do you mind coming to the podium for a moment? So you had a really great comment earlier. You said that we don't want to be talking about, we don't want to take resources away from immigration enforcement to be able to, we want to have local resources be available for local enforcement. Have you been here all day?
Yes.
Did you hear the bill earlier where we wanted our local partners to go and videotape and document our federal partners in the performance of their job? Doesn't that go contrary to what you said?
I apologize. I did miss most of that discussion.
Oh, well, it was a great comment. I'm so happy you made it. So do you think, I agree with you that I don't think we should have, but if someone calls as a correctional officer on the scenario given where they are incarcerated through due process, they've been convicted, their time is served, and now they're getting ready to be released, how is making a phone call to our federal partners to remove that person because now they have violated and preyed upon vulnerable people in our community, how is that taking away resources exactly in this scenario? Because the other scenario was actually road officers. This one is where we have corrections officers and their actual job is to be the guardians and the gatekeepers, so to speak, of those that are prey upon our community. And a part of that job is that they want to ensure the safety once they go outside the walls and being restricted from being able to contact our federal partners whose job is to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the laws therein. And this is a law. Being here illegally is a crime in 8 U.S.C. 1325. Why is that a problem for you as a constitutional attorney?
So there are a couple of different elements of your question.
Yes, sir.
So first of all, when we're talking about somebody who's being released after they've served their time, whether they're a U.S. citizen, whatever their immigration status, at that point, it's no longer about.
But they haven't served their time for the federal part. They've only done it for the actual, physical assault on someone. There's still a crime out there, but this bill would strike that.
Just to clarify, many people who are in the country without lawful status have not actually committed a crime. They don't arrive poof, but they might overstay a visa, which is not necessarily a crime. That being said, the fact that somebody has committed a crime in the past does not necessarily mean that there's probable cause to believe that they will commit a crime in the future, right? Or that they're.
Yeah, and I would say is the person that came here on a visa who is documented, we're talking about undocumented, the person that comes here on a visa that's documented, going through the process and being provided and being upfront through the process, people who I've helped through the process of citizenship, overstaying a visa is far different than those that come across the border illegally and disappear in our communities.
Legally speaking, they both could be undocumented. If they don't have lawful status, if they've overstayed their visa, however they arrived in the country without inspection, in either situation, they would be considered without having lawful status. If that was
so then they would both be a criminal act.
Again, no. Overstaying your visa is not necessarily a criminal act.
Not necessarily, but it could
there might be circumstances if it was fraud or something, but generally it's not a criminal act. But I feel like that's really a distraction, right? Because I think your concern is we want law enforcement to go after rapists, right? And to go after criminal activity.
Yes,
and
we do.
By focusing law enforcement resources on the sort of immigration status, like where the person is from, where they were born, is a distraction from that core fundamental protecting the communities from criminal acts.
So by that mindset, you're telling me that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but by that thought process, that tells me that you think that it would be feasible to release the rapist out into the community as long as law enforcement monitored them to try to keep them from doing it again, instead of enforcing federal law by working with our federal partners who are sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the laws therein. You're a constitutional attorney or law guy. So I'm just curious. So you're okay? You think those resources should be given to follow the person so they don't do it again, instead of taking proactive measures to remove them with legal standing, constitutional law, of federal immigration acts, violations?
The federal government is free to remove that person, right? Nothing in this bill would stand in the way of them doing so.
It would actually create civil liability for the person that contacts them. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Doesn't that seem kind of odd to you as a constitutional attorney?
Constitution doesn't really speak about odd. I appreciate that, you know.
As a law professor, doesn't that seem odd to you that we would make it a civil liability to someone that's notifying a federal law enforcement arm that is legitimately in the function of their job, protecting our communities? Don't you find that odd that that would be a civil liability?
There are circumstances where we would do that, right? And the hypothetical you have is like a very, very vanishingly small percentage of the circumstances we're talking about. What we're usually talking about here is anybody who approaches law enforcement for whatever reason. The vast majority of communications with ICE are not about somebody who has been convicted of any crime.
Fair. That's a great point. That leads me right into my next point. What did the Lake and Riley Act do?
It mandated detention under certain circumstances.
Mandated detention under certain circumstances. So it expanded the mandatory detentions that were allowed by ICE. Is that correct?
For ICE, it commands only the federal government. It's not
yes, but it expanded that, right?
Yeah.
And there was I was reading someone's letter in the witness testimony, and they talked about that it enables such detentions, but Maryland is not required to participate.
That's correct.
Okay. And so Lake and Riley, for those of you that don't know, I mean, are you familiar with her case?
I'm familiar with the general.
So she was a 22-year-old nursing student that was murdered on February 22nd of 2024 in Georgia by a 26-year-old Venezuelan illegal immigrant who we had no idea was in the country because we had no idea of his criminal history past, right? So that's one of the examples. It might be one of the outliers, right? But, you know, when I look at things and I'm considering in the whole focus and the whole idea that Lake and Riley could still be alive, would passing this bill protect the next Lake and Riley potential victim in the United States?
It could in many ways, right? So we know that immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than U.S. born citizens.
You said this bill would protect people from the next Lake and Riley incident by releasing illegal immigrants into our community?
The logic of it is that it builds trust with the community. It allows for greater crime reporting. It allows for people who...
what does? This bill?
This bill, right? By saying that if you come to us, if you become known to local law enforcement, and other people can talk about the policy and empirical rationales. As you have pointed out several times, I'm the constitutional law guy.
Yeah,
I can tell you what the Constitution says.
When people take an oath to uphold the Constitution, the one that you know very much about, and the laws therein,
yeah,
that's a sworn oath. If you violate that oath, there's consequences, correct?
That's right, and I think that is...
And so when law enforcement in the state of Maryland, they don't just take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the state of Maryland. They take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the laws therein. Is that fair?
That's fair. There's nothing in this bill that's inconsistent with that oath.
Except that Section 8 of the United States Code 1325 is a crime.
And nothing in federal law provides any authorization for state or local officer to enforce that law.
But we're not asking them to enforce it. We were asking them to make notification. And this bill would make them civilly liable.
And nothing in the bill would conflict with their duties under federal law.
It would absolutely prohibit them from working with federal partners in the protection of our community. I appreciate it. I don't want to continue to beat this down. Thank you for your answers. Can I get the ACLU from Maryland, the witness, please? Is she the national ACLU? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize. So, good to see you again. You were here a few weeks ago, and we had an interesting discussion about how many lawsuits that Maryland's had regarding, currently under the 287G program, and that answer was a resounding 0, right? You don't remember our conversation?
How could I forget our conversation, Senator?
I know. It's so good to see you again.
It's good to be back here with you. Senator, the way I recall that conversation was you asked if the ACLU of Maryland had sued ICE. We certainly had sued counties that had 287G agreements, including Frederick County. We've sued Maryland law enforcement agencies over their work for ICE.
How many current 287G lawsuits was the question that the ACLU has in Maryland against those programs?
Well, we have had
the answer was none. That was the answer the other week.
I think we recall it differently, sir, respectfully.
Okay, all right, that's fair. When we had a discussion, we had a discussion that Montgomery County, who doesn't have a 287G program, but they had recognized that there was potential concerns about releasing certain individuals of certain classifications of crime back into the community. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was this program, this bill is meant to stop that type of cooperation with our federal partners, correct?
This bill addresses the cooperation outside of a 287G agreement.
So the answer is yes.
If I understand your question, then yes.
Okay, so at the time then and still today, there's counties like Montgomery County who didn't have a 287G program. The 287Gs that we had a jailhouse model were, Hartford, Frederick County, and I guess there was others that were coming on the board. Yeah. There was 8. To your knowledge, to date, does the Montgomery County Police Department still have a cooperative agreement to notify ICE of certain detainments of certain individuals, even prior to their adjudication in court with ICE?
Actually, I'm not, although I live in Montgomery County, I have to say I'm not an expert on what things have happened since they passed their law.
So
I think, Senator, respectfully, what I think you're getting at is, do some counties in Maryland honor ICE detainers right now? Yes.
No, what I'm saying is there's some counties that contact ICE to verify that there's a detainer because there's no way to do it now. So they have to call ICE to verify because this body decided to take away the 287G program, which allowed them to have in-house experts that could work into the system to determine if someone was here illegally or not. Now they actually have to get on the phone and call to verify someone's status.
Well, Senator, my understanding is that when a person is booked into local custody, their fingerprints are sent to the FBI, which shares that information with DHS, and there's a number of databases that are pinged, and so information is coming back to the local law enforcement jurisdiction. And what the bill does is say that if a detainer is issued by DHS, that it wouldn't be the case that you would honor that detainer. And in fact, that's in accordance with the Attorney General.
But we can't do that with this bill. If this bill passes, we can't contact DHS.
Right, yes.
Correct.
You can't honor the detainer.
Correct. We can't contact them about the detainer. Not only can we not hold them, we can't contact them and know it's there. And if we do, there could be civil liability upon the officer that does. Correct?
That is, I think, you might be reading it a different way than I am, sir. That what I read it as is we're asking law enforcement not to honor a detainer and not to provide that notification information
there's liability.
Regarding the custody of an individual that is in local custody.
So
it's really 3 parts. It's the detainer, and it's the notification of a person who would be in.
Here, I'll clarify. Except as provided in paragraphs 2 and 3 of this section, an employee or agent of a state or local correctional facility may not, in the course of the employee's or agent's duties, inquire about or investigate an individual's citizenship, immigration status, or place of birth.
Right.
It's pretty clear to me. If they do, they then open themselves up to an individual who has been subjected to a violation of this section may bring an action for 1, actual damages, 2, punitive damages, and and not or, and 3, injunctive relief. So this bill actually creates quite a bubble of protection around those undocumented criminal aliens who are in our system and does nothing to protect our communities, but actually makes them more vulnerable and criminalizes or puts at risk people's career and their homes and the way they provide for their family by creating a civil liability on them with civil recourse through the courts. That is the criminal, that should be criminal that we have this bill today. So the last thing I have is, without having that contact, we won't know if they're here illegally. There's a lot of people that, I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but there's a lot of really bad people in the world. I just want to ask you one more question. You brought up the 2 that had the 287G program. Do you know who Rachel Morin is?
Yes.
You do? Who's Rachel Morin?
Assume she's a victim of a crime committed by an undocumented person.
She was a victim of a crime or a murder?
Well, a murder is a crime.
When you say crime, you minimize.
Okay. What I'm trying to do, sir, is actually prevent people from not being able to call the police, pick up the phone and call 911 because they're.
And what I'm trying to do is protect people from being murdered and taken away from their 5 children.
All right. All right.
So Rachel Morin is a Maryland mother of 5. She was murdered by a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador. 5 children of Maryland. Where's the outcry for that lady and her family? The Lake and Riley of the world. We now pass a law to make our community safer through the Lake and Riley Act. And this body's first job, this opportunity, this bill is to not only get rid of the 287G program, but it then is to circumvent the existing way that's left by holding those that are entrusted to keep our communities safe, by making them civilly responsible and liable should they contact in the course of their duties our federal partners who are entrusted with upholding the Constitution of the United States and the laws therein. And that should be a crime. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We're now going to go on to Senator McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sponsor of the bill, maybe.
Sure.
So in some of the testimony that I was looking at, not in favor of this bill, they had mentioned that the bill conflicts with international legal obligations. Are you familiar with the Vienna Convention?
I'm familiar that there is a Vienna Convention.
Okay, Consular Relations 1963, Article 36, says that authorities must inform detained foreign nationals without delay that they may have their consulate notified. Notify that the consulate is an individual requested and permit communication between detainee and their consulate. My question is, if this bill blocks facilities from asking or sharing citizen information, how are they supposed to comply with the mandatory consular notification duties under the Vienna Convention without violating international law?
I don't think it's a requirement for state and local law enforcement to have to enforce international law or convention.
It's about.
And there's an exception to the bill for that, too.
Can you point to that, please?
No. Going the wrong way. Yeah, so page 3, section 3.3.
Line 12.
Line 12 through 15, 16.
Okay. So how do you propose that in the section of, on page 4, line 6, as an individual being subjected to the violation of section may bring action for actual damage, punitive damage, and injunction relief? Are you just saying that each individual officer is supposed to understand that when it comes to international law, they're covered, but they're not, that they're not covered by federal law with the federal supremacy clause? That when we passed taking away the 287G, which I believe will be challenged. So you're saying that Maryland should trump federal supremacy law, but it can't trump international law?
Well, there's an exception written into the bill for compliance on the international side.
Okay, so so what you're saying is you see consistency?
I'm saying the bill's crafted the way it is.
Which, in my opinion, is very flawed. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, and what a lively discussion. I'm a lawyer, so I'm back in law school. I didn't study immigration. I actually represent Harford County, where Ms. Moran was murdered, mother of 5. And this is my sort of hypothetical question. The man that murdered her was fleeing El Salvador. Ma'am? He was fleeing El Salvador. He was wanted for murder there. My research has indicated that if he had been picked up in the United States, let's say on a minor traffic violation, and the locals and even the federal government was aware he was in this country illegally, right? If they didn't have a judicial warrant for his arrest, which would be so complicated based on what I just read, would take considerable time, should a local law enforcement, my own local jail, picked him up for something, they could not have held him at the request of the federal government under this law. Is that the way this works?
Are you addressing?
I don't care who answers this. I just want to know if this man had been picked up in this country and he was known to be wanted for a brutal murder in El Salvador, right? But there's no judicial warrant. He'd be released under this bill.
Certainly, and I will let my colleagues from the public defender comment on this further as well. But in fact, obtaining a judicial warrant is not a very complicated procedure.
Ma'am, I just did the research. They couldn't do this unless they coordinated with El Salvador, and it takes considerable time. And this is the thing. They're being detained for something minor, and you're saying they can't be restrained or they have to be let go if there's no other reason to hold them. Isn't that correct?
To pursue someone in the United States for murder, in this case.
I'm trying to explain before he murdered Miss Moran, he's in the country illegally. He gets picked up by a local law enforcement. He's murdered somebody in El Salvador. That gets known to local law enforcement. But under your bill, there is no way to hold him, right? They can't look into this immigration. They can't hold him.
I'm going to ask my colleagues from the Public Defender's Office to speak more precisely to this issue, because I think that what you're discussing is actually a criminal law enforcement concern and not necessarily one of civil enforcement by ICE.
Here's the thing. If you can't readily answer and give me enormous guarantees that your bill is not counterproductive in that way, and then that's where we run into risks when we rush to deal with something that is terrible. I think we all want to respond to what we're witnessing, right? But when we rush, we're impulsive, we throw things together that are experimental, untried, ununderstood, may have unintended consequences. I'm sure the sponsor's intentions are very good, as are yours. Then we can actually be counterproductive in a way that's very, very harmful. The broken border is why this woman is dead in this country, right? And our county is destroyed by this. They've lost all trust in the world because we're a very, very law-abiding area. So what's bothering me is this is the kind of thing that you should have down. You two, not just public, rock solid, how this bill works in complicated situations like this before we en masse prohibit something. That's the point of that question. Unless you can guarantee me the bill doesn't work like that, then I've got a problem with it.
Thank you. I would like to just point out that we do mourn all victims of crime, including Rachel Moran, and I would also like to just make a few points in response to your comments. One is that this bill does nothing to stop ICE from doing its job. They still have all of the resources that they need to issue criminal warrants and to engage in their investigations. They have the data that they need through the NCIC, through routine booking procedures. This simply limits Maryland's role, and moreover, while those are very tragic examples, those that have been raised of Rachel Morin and Laken Riley, they are not the vast majority of the individuals whom we are seeing
You would
booked
have to
into
speak to her
detention
mother
facilities.
about that and her children, okay? I don't think you'd have the courage to say that straight to their family's face, but that's beside the point. I appreciate your response, and I appreciate the intent, but how we get to protecting our values in this country has to be carefully tailored to the circumstances. And to me, this bill is way too broad and too ambiguous, even for this panel to definitively. I appreciate the sponsor being honest that he's not sure how this bill completely works. And we've given you hypotheticals that are complex, and no one's absolutely sure how it would play out in real life. So we, in this committee, have very high standards about unintended consequences. And I don't feel comforted, and if the Moran family or any other family that's been subjected to this kind of violence because of our broken immigration system is not going to be comforted by this talk we're having, I don't think. Would you, So if anybody else wants to respond to that, otherwise, you're saying the public defender, but I think they're on a different panel. Is that correct? Oh,
No,
I'm
they're
sorry.
here with me.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
we work as a
sorry.
team, please.
I thought you were another panel. I
Hidden
apologize.
behind the podium.
No, I didn't see you over there. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Senator. So I think it's important to distinguish here. It sounds as though you're positing that that they need to get a warrant based on the suspicion of murder in another country. Right? Is that the?
He was fleeing the other country for murdering another woman.
Right.
In that country. And he had not yet murdered in this country.
And so I think there's a big difference here between the civil immigration enforcement that this bill is trying to address and the criminal immigration enforcement through Interpol of suspicion of crimes that happened in other countries. So I am not an expert on the Interpol procedure, but I believe that that local authorities actually can hold somebody on an Interpol warrant if one exists.
I said the hypothetical is there's no warrant.
Okay, so in that scenario, then how would?
Hold on. There's no Interpol. The attempts are being made, but it takes considerable time and coordination to do this.
Yes, and I think the law accounts for that because the local authorities can hold for a period of time during which they have to produce that warrant. So, which is very similar to the type of hold that is requested by an ICE detainer, which says hold this person for 48 hours. I don't know the period for Interpol, but it's a very similar procedure of hold this person and then produce the warrant if you can within that time frame.
But if the correctional authorities can ask nothing about his citizenship, his immigration status, and any of those questions, how are they going to confirm, that he's here illegally from El Salvador?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify this, because first of all, there's an exception in this bill for routine booking questions. Routine booking questions do include where were you born? So that would not be prohibited under this legislation. Second, you don't need to know that he's undocumented to know that he's wanted for murder in El Salvador if that's the case. Interpol warrants show up in NCIC, and so when they book the person in, if they're looking at what other warrants and holds he might have on him before they're releasing him, not that a person in that situation would have been released ever, but so that you don't need to know the civil immigration status.
So I'm a little confused. Under 287 Gs, what the correctional facility officers were doing was just asking everybody, where were you born?
Yes, and that was not our issue with 287G.
So let's say he answered, so they could ask him where he's from, where he's born, and they know from information that the person they're looking for is younger and from El Salvador. They don't know this person's name. How are they going to, how would the local authorities have held this person under suspicion of murdering somebody in another country?
Well, I'm not sure I understand your question, but is the question if they didn't have a suspect, if there had been a murder in El Salvador and this man was also a young Salvadoran man, how would our authorities have held him? I think they could not, and I think that's appropriate.
All right, okay. All right, that's all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Excellent.
Answer one more.
I would, unless the senator wants you to, but.
No.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna, in Maryland, you don't have the panels don't have a rejoinder. So that you put your case on and then the opponents will come up and make claims and you don't get a chance to provide a rejoinder. So I'm just gonna ask a few questions to give you an opportunity to respond proactively to some tough questions that are most certainly going to come in the succeeding panels in opposition. So essentially, we got rid of 287G. Governor signed the bill. That's the law of the land in Maryland. So does this bill then, this bill seeks to preclude all the other informal agreements that jurisdictions could have, which could be 24 different variations of cooperation with ICE? Is that a fair characterization of the basic premise of the bill? All right. So yes, is that, yeah, anyone can answer. This is not like anyone can answer. Everyone's nodding, saying yes. Okay, great. The bill provides for injunctive relief, for actual damages, and for punitive damages for violations of any subsection of the bill. Okay, yes. So we talked about this for, I'm going to just give you the hypos that are going to, it's never about the more sundry or pedestrian offenses. It's always going to be about the most far-reaching, terrible crimes. I want to give you an opportunity to answer that. Does this bill mean that if someone was arrested for child molestation or human trafficking or murder, that they're arrested, charged, not convicted, that the local police departments could not contact ICE if they suspected that person for being in the country illegally?
ICE would get that information when a person was booked into local custody because they get the fingerprint and personal information of everyone who comes in.
That's great. So that's the next question. I want to make sure, because I'm going to give you an opportunity to make your sign. It was just squinted toward earlier, but never asked directly. So the NICS check is just the mere act of fingerprinting and submitting that through that system. Is that cooperation?
Not as defined particularly under this bill.
Okay, just want to make sure it's on record. That's good. For violations, so punitive damages. So if they were to, so if under those conditions they were to make that contact or run a check or call some ICE, the punitive damages I assume would be capped under the State or Local Tort Claims Act. Is that right, or is that not right?
I'll defer to one of my colleagues on state law questions.
For an entity, I assume that would be correct. But does this allow for suits to be pursued to an individual officer?
There's going to be, immunity claims, and so, what we're concerned about, Senator, is actually something the Maryland Attorney General has spoken about, which is that, on these informal collaborations, the more, novel that we get after coming out of a 287G agreement, I think there's more liability for individual jurisdictions. And just to say what the Maryland Attorney General said, he said, we actually need state and local officers to realize that their potential liability is greater than that of their federal counterparts, that there are Fourth Amendment violations that can arise from them honoring ICE detainers. That's not something that this body did or that the ACLU did. That is the law, and that is the reality, is that this bill will actually make it so that municipalities, counties, taxpayers are not opening themselves up to that vulnerability, while also making all of us safer, because people in our community do not have to worry that their local police is acting hand in glove with ICE.
So no, I appreciate that. So I assume that the punitive damages would be capped at the State or Local Tort Claims Act. I wonder, so you think that there'd be some sort of immunity or indemnification for an officer or for an individual, or could an individual be held liable under this bill?
I'll actually defer to one of my colleagues on the state law question. I meant, there's qualified immunity issues, and I'm not familiar with the qualified immunity issues in the state of Maryland. From our perspective, we want people to be held accountable for when they violate this law. The reason is because we actually don't want to see local law enforcement working for ICE instead of working for the taxpayers. And just to answer, one of the additional concerns here is what seems to be a novelty of the situation. And as I mentioned in my testimony, it's not a novel thing. These kinds of bills have been enacted in California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, et cetera, and I can go on, and they've been considered. And you can also refer to the Maryland Attorney General opinion in his advice to law enforcement about his concerns about continued informal collaboration with ICE. So it's a well-trodden area, Senator, and one which I think we can all take heart that people have thought about this all over the country and determined that this is the best course in many states.
So we talked about the punitive damages, actual damages. Could that be like attorney's fees, or what is actual damages?
I'm gonna let one of my colleagues come up for the
Someone has
questions
to
about
hire an attorney to defend themselves. Could that conceivably be attorney's fee? I mean, what are actual damages under this? What are the potential actual damages under this scenario?
Okay, so I am not actually here to support or oppose this bill. I'm here for information. However, I have taught civil procedure and I do litigate civilly.
The only thing I remember about civil put 12b6,
I will try to do my best to provide my answer.
12b6 motions,
Sorry, you asked.
Motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim or something like that. There you go. All right, there you go. All right.
Generally, actual damages would not include attorney's fees. They would be like if somebody's held in detention unlawfully, that's false imprisonment, and that is subject to, a well-accepted way of calculating damages. So that would be what actual damages tends to say. The bill does not specify who the lawsuit would be brought against, but typically it's the municipality or the unit of government that ends up paying.
Yeah, and I think capped at local or state tort claims. All right. Injunctive relief, is that just, is that that's obviously just stop contacting, but what if you've already contacted, you just say stop? How does that work under the scenario?
I mean, I'll let other people say if they have a different view, but my view is injunctive relief would be like stop whatever violation that person experienced, the court could say, don't do that again.
Got it. Final question is, through does this, and this is alluded to a little bit earlier too, so I want to make sure you get an opportunity to, because I think just do it more linearly. The CAP program. So if someone's gone through due process, they've been convicted of, let's say, the worst of the worst crime, okay? They are now sitting in a jail, in a prison in Maryland. Does this bill preclude the correctional facility from contacting ICE while that person is incarcerated for a heinous crime, whatever it is, you name it, when they're about to get out, either during the term of their incarceration or when they're about to get out? Does it preclude contact under these circumstances?
Do you want to?
Under the bill?
It does, Senator, but I would say in those circumstances when somebody's serving a long sentence, ICE has a very significant opportunity to go get a judicial warrant, which is what this bill requires.
So I just want to make, all right, very good. Just want to give you an opportunity to address that. I'm not adopting, I'm just making sure you had an opportunity to address it before they come up. Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Senator. We're going to move on to the next panel. Let us hear from Alexandra Margorin, Dana Bergman, Joanna Silver, Marie Fouch, okay, Evan Guevara, okay. Yeah. Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
We are starting, yeah? Good evening. My name is Mary Defoucher. I'm a public health physician and immigrant from Haiti. I have called the Eastern Shore home for the past 8 years. I am here to testify in strong support of the Community Trust Bill. I would like to highlight 2 things. Immigrants is not a synonym for criminals. And the other thing is also that we need to remind ourselves, this administration is manufacturing illegality by ending programs like TPS. Over 400 years ago, during anti-immigrant riots in London, Shakespeare wrote a speech known as The Stranger's Case. Imagine that you see the rich strangers, their babies at their backs, plodding to the ports, and say the king should banish you. Where would you go? What country should give you a bow? That question has never been answered. It is being asked again right now on the Eastern Shore. Karen McCabe, a teacher at Wicomico High School, told the Baltimore Sun she is watching students be terrorized and abandoned. She is scared about suicides. She is watching kids crash and burn. And some don't even have family members left. Mom, among you, there are moms, there are dads, you have kids in your life, I think you can relate. And one thing also that I will share about Karen McCabe, as this morning, she has been put on administrative leave. When our state is entangled with ICE, which has become an agency that does not abide by respect of constitutional rights.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry, your time has expired. You'll have more opportunity if someone asks you a question, but we have 2 minutes per guest. I only enforce because I want to make sure that we're fair to all.
Okay, I will, just one last thing then.
Please, very succinctly. Thank you.
I urge a favorable report for this bill, and the question is the same one Shakespeare asked 400 years ago. Will we see ourselves in the stranger, or will we look away? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Whoever.
Greetings. Diana Bergman. Soy Guosese Cubana. It took 7 years to obtain legal documentation and 28 years to become a U.S. citizen. As a resident in Carroll County, the same county that in 2025, after our sheriff signed the 287G agreement, had a viral video of a mother's car being smashed as her daughter begged ICE agents not to take her mother. Since then, my current sheriff and other sheriffs continue to spread fear throughout our communities. The fearful rhetoric makes the sheriffs look uneasy, full of anxiety and uncertainty about what their duties and responsibilities are. By warning the public that ICE activities will increase in the state of Maryland, this comes across like they're unprepared to protect us all and keep everyone safe. These sheriffs seem confused, saying things like, I have no authority over ICE. If so, why do you want to work with someone you have no authority over? And why do some sheriffs get upset about releasing individuals who are supposed to be released? With such confusion, I think the sheriffs could use some clarification. These sheriffs are elected officials that serve on oath to serve and protect, and not based on people's immigration status. The Community Trust Act will prohibit officers and agents in state local corrections facilities from taking certain actions related to immigration enforcement. Other federal agencies, such as the National Security Agency, must obtain judicial warrants in order to act upon their responsibility and duty. If we don't provide clear guidelines on how local law enforcement engages with ICE during transfer of custody for individuals with the judicial warning, it can get messy. The overall goal is to prohibit law enforcement agencies from getting certain actions related to immigration enforcement. Our local officers are not immigration custom enforcement. It makes absolutely no sense to do the job of another agency while ignoring the roles and responsibility of serving us, local people. I'm asking for a Judicial Proceedings Committee to send their clear message to outline how local agencies perform their jobs and not the jobs of federal agency that has harmed and killed Americans. Send a message of reassurance to those sheriffs about important reminders of restoring the community trust. Si se puede. Together we can demonstrate the expected of our local law enforcement in the state of Maryland. Please vote favorable for our Community Trust Act. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the time alarm goes off, we have to kind of wrap it up, please. We have a number of witnesses on this bill, and it is 6 p.m. Ms. Silver, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Joanna Silver. I am testifying in my personal capacity, but I've worked for over 20 years as a federal public defender in the District of Maryland, representing people involved in both the criminal and immigration systems. From that experience, I would like to share a few points in support of the Community Trust Act. First, in response to some concerns raised earlier, it is in fact easy for ICE to obtain a judicial warrant if there is probable cause to believe that someone violated a federal crime. ICE can alert our U.S. Attorney's Office and present a complaint to a federal magistrate, who in turn can issue a warrant. There is a U.S. Attorney and a magistrate judge on call at both federal courthouses in Maryland at all times. Similarly, if ICE or DHS needs information about someone for a criminal investigation, it can easily get a subpoena for that information from a federal court. That is a routine part of how all federal law enforcement agencies conduct their investigations. Second, ICE does not need the assistance of our local law enforcement or corrections departments to do their job. I have represented many people over the years who were released into the community from local or state jails, and ICE used their resources to find them and put them into removal proceedings. ICE has more resources than ever before with which to do this work. It does not need our assistance. Third, as I've testified to previously this session, in the past year, I have witnessed ICE prioritize deportation over everything else, acting with complete disregard for due process and undermining rather than enhancing public safety. Among other things, they are repeatedly deporting people instead of allowing their federal criminal prosecutions to go forward. If ICE is willing to undermine the efforts of the United States Department of Justice in furthering public safety, then you can be sure that ICE is not interested in public safety here in Maryland. I urge you to issue a favorable report.
Right on the money. Thank you so much. Yep, we'll activate that mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Evan, and I am 10 years old. I am a fourth grader at Featherbed Lane Elementary School. I was born and raised in Baltimore County, Maryland, and I am a member of We Are Casa. This is my first time talking at a bill hearing. I am here today to tell you about my favorite uncle, my Uncle Minor. I love him and I miss him a lot. Last year, when I was only 9, my uncle got deported. ICE took him. I am a kid and I don't know everything that happened. All I want to tell you that is that it's true. ICE is separating families. After he left, I got really sad and cried a lot. My Uncle Minor took really good care of me. He used to take me fun places. He would say that he loved me too. Before he got deported, my mom took my brother and me to visit him when he was in detention. It was a scary place. I asked my mom if we could bring Uncle Minor back home with us. I really wanted to, but we couldn't. I was happy to see him, but also sad because he was still there. My uncle doesn't know much about Honduras. He came to the United States when he was only 16. That's just 6 years older than I am. He lived here for most of his life. His kids are here, and I have 5 cousins, and they all miss their dad so much. What happened to my uncle is not fair. I support this bill because I think Maryland shouldn't be helping ICE do things like this. I don't think our leaders should be helping ICE take our uncles and aunts and moms and dads away. It's happening to a lot of kids like me. That's why I wanted to tell you my story. please pass the Community Trust Act so no one has to miss their uncle as I miss my Uncle Minot. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Evan. You did a wonderful job. That is not easy to come in and testify against a group like, with a group like this. Well done. Thank you for coming today. Questions for these proponents? All right, seeing no questions, thank you so much. We'll next move to the next panel. I have Alexandra Margarin, and I'm doing the in-person people first. Kaylee Shumitz, come on up. And then Paz Garcia. And that's the last of the in-person, and then we'll go for our virtual.
It's just me.
Looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Callie Shumitz. I work for the Maryland Center on Economic Policy, and we're here in support of the Community Trust Act. So as Comptroller Learman very eloquently testified before the committee earlier this year, Maryland's economy is stronger today because of our past choices that have made our state welcoming to immigrants. When immigrants move to Maryland, it means more jobs, more consumers, more workers, and more business owners. Immigrants represent about 21% of Maryland's workforce and hold about $40 billion in spending power here in Maryland. Immigrants fill critical jobs in healthcare, construction, childcare, and many other industries. Immigrants run small businesses. About 1/3 of Main Street businesses in Maryland are owned by immigrants. And the taxes immigrants pay are critical to funding the public services that we all rely on. Cato Institute study looking at decades of data that was released earlier this month found that immigrants consistently have paid much more in taxes than they have received in benefits at all levels of government. So community safety is essential for a healthy economy. If immigrants are afraid to go to work, to open their businesses, to shop, to go out in the community, if children are afraid to go to school and get the skills that they need to succeed and join the workforce, that hurts all of us. There's research that shows that fewer immigrants would lead to fewer jobs for everyone, labor shortages, higher costs, and fewer customers for businesses. So we believe it is in our best interest to do everything that we can to protect our communities, and we'd ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, Ms. Shumitz, thank you so much for being here. We'll now move to our virtual testimony. I see Ms. Smith is in the room. Ms. Smith, you can unmute and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Taj Smith, President of Washington County NAACP. We strongly urge a favorable report on the Community Trust Act. In Washington County, we are at a breaking point. The federal government's recent $102 million purchase of a warehouse for an ICE detention center, which our Attorney General is currently suing to block, has cast a shadow of fear over our entire community. Despite the state ending 287G agreements, our county commissioners recently passed a resolution of unwavering support for ICE. This has sent a clear message to our immigrant communities that they are not safe here. We are seeing the results of this fear every day. Families are in hiding. Children are missing school. People of faith are afraid to attend their own churches. This erosion of trust doesn't just hurt immigrant families, it makes our entire county less safe. When a significant portion of our population is too afraid to report crimes or engage with local agencies, the entire community suffers. The Community Trust Act draws a necessary line. It ensures that Maryland law enforcement is not an extension of the federal deportation machine. By requiring a judicial warrant and stopping proactive collaboration, this bill protects the presumption of innocence and prevents the racial profiling that we see all too often. It doesn't stop federal law from being enforced. It simply ensures that Maryland resources are used for Maryland's safety. It is time to choose trust over fear. On behalf of the Washington County NAACP, we urge a favorable report on SB 791. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Ms. Shout. Looks like you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Stout. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director at the Prison Policy Initiative. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to expose the harms of mass incarceration. Over the past couple of months, we've published several articles about the connection between local law enforcement and ICE enforcement, and I'd like to talk about what the data from Maryland tells us about these collaborations. Our research based on the available data shows that this bill is a vital step in ensuring that Marylanders are protected from ICE's deportation machine. Although formal 287G agreements are the most well-known form of collaboration between ICE and local law enforcement, in Maryland, they're not the most prevalent kind of collaboration. Informal collaboration is far more common. About 1 in 3 ICE arrests in Maryland during this Trump administration have been from jails or lockups, but the vast majority of those arrests from jails or lockups, 81%, were not due to 287G agreements. Half of the people who were arrested from jails and lockups also had no criminal background at all. And overall, for ICE arrests in Maryland, only 3% of folks have a violent criminal conviction in their background. What this means is that Marylanders are being scooped up in routine interactions with law enforcement, like traffic stops, funneled into jails, and then taken by ICE while they are in custody. We have seen that in other states that banning 287G agreements, as Maryland has done, without also addressing informal collaboration has not been enough to curb ICE deportations from local jails. New Jersey banned 287G agreements but didn't address informal collaboration, and as a result, New Jersey sheriffs are doing something that I also understand we're hearing about in Maryland, which is that they've openly said they're going to find new ways to collaborate with ICE, and arrests from jails and lockups remain high. In contrast, Illinois, which banned all collaboration between jails and ICE, has seen much lower rates of arrests from jails and lockups. So we urge the support of this bill to make sure that Maryland effectively protects its residents from the ICE deportation machine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stout. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. I am sympathetic with that. Any questions for our virtual witnesses? All right, seeing no questions for the record, I'll note that Jyoti Mohan is not with us, nor is Eric Lopez in the Zoom room. That means we are moving to our opponents of the bill. And so I'll just call up folks in the order in which I see them on my list. Daniel Galbraith, Yvonne Chester, Sheriff Jenkins, Mike Lewis, Sherry Rendall. And Matthew Crisafulli. I'll note for those in the audience, we do have a timer here, which was referenced earlier. We do not time elected officials. So if you are the elected sheriff, you have unlimited time, although we ask you to use it wisely. If you're representing your sheriff's office, you will be subject to the 2-minute time limit. Whomever would like to go first.
Good afternoon. Mike Lewis, Sheriff of Wycomico County. This bill, Senate Bill 791, places sweeping new restrictions on how Maryland law enforcement officers, deputies, and troopers, and correctional personnel interact with federal immigration enforcement and individuals in our custody. Under this bill, officers will be barred from asking about immigration status during traffic stops, searches, and arrests. We'd be prohibited from notifying federal immigration authorities that a person is in custody unless they have a judicial warrant or court order. And we'd be forbidden from transferring individuals to federal immigration authorities absent a warrant. The bill would also apply to correctional facility staff, severely limiting any engagement with federal partners on immigration matters and erecting broad civil liability for alleged violations. In a meeting just last week with our U.S. Attorney, Kelly Hayes, she explained to sheriffs across the state that it's next to impossible to get a judicial warrant involving an immigration issue. She said it's impossible. In fact, she won't even prosecute a case of someone coming into the country unless they've been previously deported and they've been found to be in the possession of a handgun or another serious crime. And last week, following the passage of Senate Bill 245, our governor, your governor, put out a directive directed to all local law enforcement leaders and local municipal leaders across the state of Maryland. And in this, our governor made it very clear that the passage of Senate Bill 245 did not prevent state or local localities from continuing to work with federal government on shared public safety priorities, including the removal of non-citizen offenders who pose a risk to public safety. In other words, sheriffs can continue to protect their counties. The governor also said nothing about the law changes your ability to work with federal government on criminal investigations and joint task forces unrelated to civil immigration enforcement, nor does the law authorize or require the release of dangerous criminals. In other words, sheriffs, you can continue to protect your counties. And finally, the governor said the law does not prevent localities from continuing to notify ICE about the impending release of an individual of interest from local custody or coordinating the safe transfer of custody within constitutional limits. So Senate Bill 791 would contradict everything our governor has just directed all of us last week, not just sheriffs, not just state troopers, not just our local municipal leaders, but everybody. And in closing on this one page from our governor, it says this: I have directed Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services Secretary Carolyn Scruggs to continue its lawful coordination with ICE on the removal of public safety threats, and I encourage each of you to do the same with your personnel. Now, we all know illegal criminal aliens do not discriminate. We've heard about Rachel Morin, but we've not talked about Dakara Thompson. Dakara Thompson, an African-American, beautiful young lady. She was also a 19-year-old high school graduate right here in Prince George's County, just west of where I stand. She was brutally murdered last August. Last August, at 19 years of age, her body was disposed of like a deer carcass on the side of U.S. Route 50 when the Maryland State Police, a proud agency that I was part of for 22 years, located her body and commenced an investigation. They have arrested and charged a man by the last name of Hernandez Mendez for her brutal murder, and dumped on the side of the highway an illegal alien from Guatemala who extinguished this beautiful 19-year-old girl, Dakara Thompson, say her name. I would hope this committee would issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 791, and I would implore you to please do so. Thank you all.
Hello again, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Again, thank you for hearing us today. I'm Sheriff Matt Crisafulli, Worcester County Sheriff. I'm going to shorten my testimony based on the previous, what he's already covered. Senate Bill 791 would prohibit routine communication and coordination with federal authorities unless accompanied by a judicial warrant or court order. That restriction alone creates operational barriers at the most critical stage, and that critical stage is custody management. If local detention facilities cannot coordinate during lawful detention, the likely outcome is not less enforcement. We are going to see an increase in federal street enforcement outside of what we've already talked about being that structured detention facility transfer. I believe this is not a safer alternative. In Worcester County and in communities across our state, we regularly encounter individuals charged with assaults, firearms offenses, drug distribution, and recidivism with theft and burglary and domestic violence. When those individuals are already in lawful custody, coordination with our federal partners ensures safe and orderly transfers, clear custodial responsibility, no surprise releases into the community. And I want to really lament that point. No surprise releases in the community. That is what the overarching issue is here that we are trying to avoid. And the young lady that spoke earlier in support of this made a pretty important statement. That young lady indicated that federal ICE, if somebody was incarcerated for a long period of time, they would have plenty of time to secure a judicial warrant. But I believe that with that statement, there is that potential for something to fall through the cracks. And we do not want to see any more victims in these communities because of someone slipping through the cracks and getting out into our communities. And you've heard us say this before. As sheriffs, we are constitutional officers that are elected by the residents of our county. We should be able to work at the local level, at the state level, and at the federal level to ensure that we are doing everything within our power to ensure that there are no more Takaras or Rachels or anyone else being violently murdered because someone was out in our community when they could have been in custody. And I will just say, for these reasons aforementioned, that I ask for an unfavorable response for Senate Bill 791. Thank you for hearing me.
Good evening. Chuck Jenkins, Frederick County Sheriff. In the interest of time, I won't repeat some of what's been said, but Sheriff Lewis did a great job in wrapping everything up as a whole for us. I'm in very strong opposition to Senate Bill 791 for a number of reasons. Let me just say this first of all. Public safety really only exists when law enforcement works together, state, local, and federal levels. We do it every single day. We work with the U.S. Marshals, we work with the FBI, the Secret Service, the ATF. So why can't we, in the interest of protecting our public that we serve, have a cooperative working relationship with ICE? It's no different, absolutely no different. In Frederick County, we've had a very effective and successful 287G program for 18 years. That's gone. We recognize that. Now, the only avenue for us to work now is find a way to work with ICE. And we're living by the governor's directive, just like Sheriff Lewis said. That's our only means of communication, of working and cooperating to keep our county safe. Now this bill is going to take all that away from us. So what you're doing here through this legislation, you are basically saying the criminal aliens in our country, in this state, you're elevating them over our citizens in the interest of public safety. You're making the public less safe because we lost the ability to identify criminals when we lost 287. That's gone. Now the only thing we can salvage is to keep returning them back onto the street. Right now, I've got 20 individuals in my jail, either serving sentences for or awaiting trial for crimes from first-degree murder, rape, violent rape of children, armed robbery, drug trafficking, strangulation, domestic assault, you name it. Now, do you want those individuals back on the street? I don't think you do. You don't want them in your community. Should I drop them off in Montgomery County, PG County, maybe the folks behind me in the immigrant community? You want me to drop them off there? Because they're going back on the street because ICE has no way to know when their release date is coming up. It's absolutely impossible without sharing information. So again, I implore you, please, enough has been done to take away 287G. Let us as sheriffs protect our communities by working through the governor's order, through the governor's letter with those restrictions, and let us please cooperate and work with ICE. So I hope I can answer some questions for you.
Good evening. My name is Captain Yvonne Chester. I'm representing the men and women of Harford County Sheriff's Office. For the past 8 years, Harford County Sheriff's Office has worked in close partnership with ICE through our 287G program. Through this collaboration, we have been successful not only in addressing criminal activity committed by non-citizens, but also in identifying undocumented individuals who are in the United States unlawfully and have come into contact with our criminal justice system. If this bill passes, it would significantly restrict communication between local, state, and federal government agencies. Open communication between agencies is essential to protecting the communities in which we serve. The ability to exchange information regarding individuals who are under investigation, charged with criminal offenses, convicted or incarcerated, enhances public safety and ensures coordinated, lawful enforcement actions. For example, Harford County recently arrested, charged, and secured a conviction of a citizen of China for sex trafficking and related sex offense charges. As a result of his conviction, he is now required to register as a Maryland sex offender. Without the ability to notify ICE of his arrest, incarceration, or release from confinement, this individual could have remained in our Maryland communities and continued to terrorize our fellow Marylanders. When communication does not occur at the time of arrest, incarceration, or release from confinement, federal authorities may later be required to locate and apprehend individuals in residential neighborhoods or workplaces. Such actions can increase risk to law enforcement officers and community members. Coordinated information sharing at the appropriate times help avoid these unnecessary dangers. I'm going to go off my little sheet here real quick because I know my time is up. I just want to say when they get booked into the jail, yes, they get fingerprinted, okay? Those fingerprints do not automatically go to immigration. If they are in the country illegally and have never been investigated, encountered, however you want to call it, with immigration, their fingerprints are not in the system. So immigration would never know that they're here.
Thank you so much. We're going to now move to questions for this panel. Senator, all right, come on up. Why don't we?
You called me, so.
Okay, yep. Nope, absolutely. Come on up.
Yep. So good evening, Vice Chair and Senators. My name is Dan Galbraith. I serve as the warden of the Harford County Detention Center. I've spent 41 years in my career in law enforcement and corrections, striving to keep the community safe and uphold the rule of law. I was the warden of the second longest running successful 287G program, which because of the actions of this body and the governor, we were forced to terminate our agreement last week. I have seen firsthand how professional jail-based cooperation with federal authorities create a seamless handoff that prevents violent offenders from returning to our communities. Senate Bill 791 prohibits correctional staff from notifying ICE when a known criminal alien is being released. If this bill passes, my staff will be legally forced to open the front door and release individuals, including those with records of violent criminal convictions, gang affiliation, and prior deportations, directly back into our neighborhoods, despite knowing that they were wanted by federal authorities and are illegally in our country. I have stated this many times before and have shown our facility to Chairman Smith, his staff, the legislators, the safest place to transfer a high-risk individual is in a secure, controlled detention facility like mine. We have equipment, the staff, the security protocols to ensure no one gets hurt. By banning communications with our partners, this bill forces ICE to conduct at-large arrests in our communities, at homes, workplaces, and parking lots that create a high-risk environment for the public, the officers, and the suspect. I ask you all, why would you trade a safe, secure transfer for a street-level confrontation? This bill creates a minefield of liability for my deputies, prohibiting us from sharing basic information unless there is a judicial warrant, which rarely applies to administrative immigration matters, conflicts with our professional duty to coordinate with all levels of government, all public safety. For the safety of Harford County and the state of Maryland, I urge the committee to issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 791. Do not take away our ability to talk to our partners. Do not make our communities less safe.
Senator West has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions quickly for Sheriff Lewis, if I could. Could you go back up to the podium?
Yes, sir, Senator.
So earlier, about 3 hours ago, when this hearing started, I had a number of questions relating to fingerprints. I want to come back to that area now. In the meantime, I've gone through this massive pile of testimony, and I found testimony from the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services They talk about the Federal National Crime Information Center, otherwise known as NCIC. That, as I understand it, is administered by the federal government, correct?
Correct.
And am I correct that all federal agencies have access to the information in that system?
That's correct, Senator.
So that would include ICE has access to the NCIC system, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
So the NCIC database, as reported by the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, is the central repository for all fingerprint information in the United States. Is that accurate?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. Now, what the department states is that as part of the intake process, all incarcerated individuals are fingerprinted. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you fingerprint people when they come, and then they say those fingerprints are electronically submitted to the NCIC system. Is that accurate?
That is correct, Senator.
So you fingerprint everyone taken into your establishments, in the correctional establishments, and those fingerprints go into the NCIC system, which is available to ICE, correct?
Correct.
Then the next point they make is, where is it here? It says, the fingerprint cards require a known place of birth. That's an element of the fingerprint card. Is that correct? So in order to do the fingerprint, you have to ask these people who are incarcerated their place of birth, correctly?
That's correct.
And in order to do that, you have to, you initiate the process of obtaining a birth certificate, or you at least ask the question of the incarcerated individual, where were you born?
Correct.
So if the individual was born outside the United States, that information is revealed on the fingerprint card, correct?
That is correct.
And this is a regular process that is applied to every person who is incarcerated in Maryland. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you take a look at this bill, as I understand the bill says specifically, an employee or an agent of a state or local correctional facility may not provide information to federal immigration authorities. Is it not accurate that the fingerprint cards are indirectly being provided to the federal immigration authorities?
That is correct, sir. And I might add, they are actually fingerprinted when they are arrested, processed, and charged. They might get released by the district court commissioner's office, and they may not be incarcerated. But when they are arrested, they are processed, fingerprinted, and charged accordingly. Many of them are released back into the public.
And do you read this bill, as I do, as providing that if it is enacted, any individual in law enforcement that engages in the fingerprinting process and placing the date of birth on the fingerprint card and then transfers that fingerprint card to the NCIC system, any person in the whole system that does that is would be breaking the law and would be subject to suit by the criminal for actual damages and punitive damages.
Absolutely.
Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. Any other questions for this panel? All right. Seeing no questions, that concludes the hearing on this bill, and that concludes our hearings for today. Thank you so much, everybody.